that dried-up mummy cologne had taught his rival the Hiroshima, so that had to have been how he had been thrown into the air. The nearsighted Amazon male let off a scream of rage as he got up and threw off the bits of refuse that now soiled his formerly white robes. "Our enemy! You will die!" At that moment, the object of Moose's anger and frustration came onto the scene, leaping down from the top of a nearby store and taking a ready stance some 20 meters away. Ranma growled at his old rival with disgust as Moose returned the glare. His mouth curled into a snarl as he saw the hidden weapons expert take a stand, though he was a bit shaky after his abrupt flight and landing. However, now that he had finally found his arch-nemesis and biggest obstacle to his beloved shampoo, the myopic teen was unconcerned with minor nuisances such as physical pain. "I thought I left all my troubles behind when I abandoned Nerima, but I guess I was wrong. First Ryoga, and now you. What the fuck did you think you were doing back there? You could have killed someone. And what's with the gun?" Ranma gritted. "Nothing is going to save you this time, Ranma," Moose declared as he pulled out a pair of handguns from his sleeves and fired. However, with no innocent bystanders to worry about this time, Eric didn't have any problems with using his superior speed and agility to dodge the bullets. The shots whizzed by and spattered harmlessly against a nearby wall. The hidden weapons master screamed out as he felt his hands being crushed along with his guns as his opponent grabbed hold of both his weapons and squeezed. There was a sickening sound of popping tendons along with snapping plastic and bending metal. When he looked down at his opponent, he saw his eyes glowing with rage. "Resorting to guns now, Moose? You really are pathetic." Without letting go of Moose's hands, he pulled back and swung him around, slamming him into a nearby lamppost. Moose went sprawling, but he stubbornly got up and looked down at his hands. Though they were aching and cut, they could still move their fingers as he dropped his broken weapons. He then reached into his robes, brought out a wicked set of brass knuckles, and swung hard at Ranma's face. However, Ranma made no attempt to block or dodge the blow as his red aura glowed once again, and this time, with the mark on his forehead glowing as well. The punch hit him squarely on the chin, but the maddened martial artist didn't even register the hit as he simply turned his cheek, then glared back at his foe. For Moose, it was a different story altogether as more pain shot through his hand from the impact. Yay! Now there were some broken bones in that hand. Ranma growled dangerously as a small bruise formed on his cheek. "You may be good at hiding weapons, Moose, but your hidden weapons style has some serious drawbacks. WHOMP. The punch that Moose received in his gut hit like a speeding bus, doubling him over and causing him to reflexively open his hands. His brass knuckles dropped to the ground and made a dull clattering noise. You depend too much on your weapons to do the job, so your punches and kicks don't pack nowhere near as much force as mine do. Preschoolers have hit me harder. With lightning speed, Eric grabbed the brass knuckles and fitted them around his own hand. He then launched a haymaker at Moose's teeth. WHAMMO. There goes about a dozen teeth out of Moose's mouth and splattered on the pavement. Weapons can be taken away and used against you. WHOMP. Wham! 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 Boot! Crash! A savage 5-hit punch and kick combo sends Moose flying back toward the dumpster. You may be good at long range, but when it's close quarters, you're too slow and your defense sucks. Ranma then grabbed his opponent by the front of his robes and slammed his forehead against Moose's. Whop! All those weapons don't mean shit when you're too dazed and not given enough time to use them. I'm not finished yet. Moose gasped as he tried to pull out another weapon. However, Ranma wasn't going to have any more of it. Shut up. To me, you're done, but I'm not. He then delivered another brutal combination, this time with 9 punches, one knee to the abdomen and another kick to the chest. This made Moose cough up some more blood. Eric continued to pummel away as he ranted and raved. But your biggest problem with your fighting style is that you let your weapons do all the work. You can't take a tenth as much shit as you dish out. Do you have any idea how much shit I had to take? Huh? Every day I had to take our YLGA's shit, KUNO's shit, your shit and AKA's shit, especially with that fucking mallet of hers. You never had to take that kind of shit. Well, the shit stops here. Moose was quickly learning that going after Ranma had not been one of his better ideas. Furthermore, Ranma was right about one thing. The myopic Moose had nowhere near as much endurance for pain and injury as his foe or Ryoga. He had always let his weapons and equipment do the job for him and take the brunt of an attack. During the course of his bid to beat Ranma and win Shampoo, Moose had been hit by the Amagurakan Fist, the Hiroshima, an assorted array of kicks and punches, and even had a time bomb blow up in his face. However, Moose had never taken punishment on a regular basis and not nearly as intense as Ranma had. His rival had been attacked daily and taken more punishment that would have killed a normal person 100 times over. Blunt objects of various shapes and sizes, but most were in the form of large mallets, had impacted against Eric and Nerima. He had been subjected to the Nakoken training, shiatsu attacks, potions, poisons, bookings, fists, feet, sports equipment, foodstuffs, magical items of various kinds, explosives, scalding water, and most of all, the abuse from being Akan's fiancee. As a result, one might say that Ranma had undergone a kind of endurance training every day that made the Bakusai Tenketsu seem like a weekend vacation. With his battle aura now adding to his power, Ranma was now approaching a kind of endurance that may as well makes him invulnerable. Moose now knew what a high-speed punching bag felt like and attempted desperately to fight back. He tried to pull out another gun, but Ranma growled in disgust and knocked it out of his injured hands. Again with the guns. Eric roared as he sent a hard straight into Moose's nose. This caused his glasses to be knocked off. It didn't matter that Eric's foe was severely nearsighted as he could only see stars at that moment. Are you so damned pathetic that you are using a coward's weapon now? I thought you had some honor. But now I see you're nothing but a fucking coward. Wham! 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 Moose gets 5 orby eyes. Ribs Ashton, now that I think about it, you've always been a coward. Smash. WHOMP. Crunch. Hidden weapon style depends heavily on the use of the hands and Moose won't be able to use his for at least 6 months. That is, provided that he survived this day. You could never beat me in a fair fight, so you always had to resort to tricks, traps and attacking me when I'm down. Eric remembered when Moose had attacked him when he was weak from the Moxibustion point. Whatever respect he used to have for the male Amazon was long gone. Crack. Whop. Moose gets a very nice concussion. You could never face me one-on-one without pulling some stupid shit first. Eric also remembered when Moose tried to use the spring of ground duck water on him, and when he got Ryoga to gang up on him. Not once did Moose ever fight with honor. He was nowhere near what was considered a martial artist. He may think that he's fighting for some just cause, for Shampoo's love, but to his opponent, Moose was an even bigger hypocrite than the big boys. DRW. 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 Broken nose, broken cheek, broken jaw, several more teeth equals, well, you can pretty much imagine that mess. But most of all, you're a coward. Because like all the others, you didn't take any responsibility for all your troubles and just decided to pin them on me. Wham! 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 Add some more internal bleeding to the mix. I never wanted shampoo, but did you ever listen? No. Well, I've had it with having to deal with your messed up life. Clean up your own messes. Moose was coming close to slipping into a coma from his injuries as he went limp and collapsed to the ground. Eric cocked back his fist and was about to pound Moose some more, but then he realized that his foe wouldn't feel it in his current condition. His clenched hand shook as he began to take slow, measured breaths to calm his rage. His body relaxed as he let his hands fall to his sides. At that moment, he felt a slight breeze suddenly come up behind him. The mark on his forehead glowed and Ranma knew just who it was behind him. He turned around and saw that Gala was standing behind him with an apprehensive look on her face. Beside her was Lisa, who also had a look of shock on her face as she gazed down at the beaten, battered form of the one who had attacked Eric with firearms. Eric? Are you all right? Is he? Eric took a deep breath and shook his head. Don't worry, Gala. He's still alive. But it would have been better for everyone if I did put him out of my misery. Please, Eric. Not again. You are letting all those feelings of hate and frustration take over. I don't want to see you tear yourself up like this. She slowly approached him and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Lisa approached him as well with her long bow held at her side. Eric, Just who the hell is this guy? Eric glared down at the unconscious Moose and said, "He's one of the main reasons why I left Tokyo. Him and a bunch of other assholes kept on attacking me, for one stupid reason or another. And no one tried to put a stop to this?" Lisa asked incredulously. The former heir to the Sodom school shrugged. "Nope. I've tried. Kami-sama only knows how much I tried to get this jerk and others like him to get off my back. Though this is the first time he's used guns on me. Most of the time he uses swords, chains, and clubs." Lisa was becoming even more shocked when she heard this. Then she asked, "And how long has this been going on?" "A little more than a year and a half now. And the authorities haven't put this guy in jail yet." Ranma paused as he thought about it. "Come to think of it, no. I don't think I ever saw the police. Back in Nerima, Moose never even got asked to show any permits for the weapons he carried or... Well, I don't know how things are done in Nerima, Eric, but this is Hiroshima," Lisa interrupted. "The last time I checked, guns are illegal and firing into a crowd is definitely against the law. So is attempted murder." It then occurred to Ranma that he had another solution to his problems. Back in Nerima, the law, along with everyone and everything else, either stood by and did nothing or worked against him. He started to smile as he nodded to his classmate. "You know what, Lisa? You're absolutely right. Guns are illegal." He turned to Gala. "Do you think you can use your powers to heal him enough so he won't die on me?" "No problem. Oh, I won't heal everything." Gala knelt down and extended a hand over Moose. The tattoo on the back of her hand appeared as she worked her magic to mend all of his critical injuries, but leaving all the non-lethal damage alone. Moose was going to be in the intensive care ward for several months. "What are you doing?" Lisa asked as she watched Eric kneel down, take out a large handkerchief from his pocket and wrapped it over his right hand. "I'm going to strip Moose of whatever guns he's got left," he replied as he began extracting things from all the hidden places where the myopic Amazon stored his things. The now-wielding girl became amazed at just how much stuff he carried within his robes. With the handkerchief over his fingers, Eric made certain that none of his fingerprints were on Moose's things as he removed several pieces of military hardware that his rival had never gotten the chance to use. Items such as hand grenades, explosive charges and even a bazooka, don't ask me where he hid that, were brought into the light. Eric nodded. With the witnesses at school and all of this evidence, Moose was going to be sent away for a very long time. Several hours later, Moose awoke with a splitting headache and found himself lying on a cot in a very small room. When he looked over to one side, he saw that there were steel bars on one side and a man in uniform looking down at him. "Huh? WW, where am I?" "You're at the 235th precinct of the Hiroshima police," the officer replied. "You were brought here by some citizens who have pressing charges against you for assault, attempted murder, firing on innocent bystanders, and having in your possession illegal weapons and firearms. All those witnesses swear that the person you tried to collect it in self-defense, so no charges have been made against him. You on the other hand had a different story. He gestured to the pile of hand-to-hand weapons and guns that were stacked on the evidence table beside him. What are you talking about? Oh, pain began shooting into his head as soon as he sat up. The officer shook his head. You'd better take it easy, friend. The medic did all he could to patch you up. You're going to need all your strength for your trial. Trial? What trial? The officer glared at him. I don't know how you managed to smuggle in all those weapons into the country, but it's illegal to carry firearms. All those other weapons are to be confiscated and used as evidence as well. There are also several dozen students at a local high school that had witnessed your little rampage today, shouting out the intent to murder one of them and firing at a crowd. We've already been to the area and forensics had collected enough spent bullets and cartridge casings that match with the ones that you had fired from that submachine gun of yours. With all this evidence against you, I'd say that you're going to be heading for prison for a very long time. I don't need to listen to this. Mithu sneered as he reached into his robes for a weapon, then became shocked as he found nothing. If you are thinking about escaping or resisting the law, then forget it, pal. The policeman said. Those people who brought you in insisted that we do a strip search. You wouldn't believe what we found on you. He gestured to the table again. Oh, and one more thing. What? Mithus asked, though he began to have that sinking feeling. All those charges that I've mentioned so far were small potatoes compared to the main charge. What main charge? Attempted first-degree murder of one Eric Kobayashi. There were more than 30 witnesses, so we may not even have a trial. A charge like that can entitle the death penalty. If you're lucky, you may just get life. At that point, Mithus realized that he had been sent up the river, without a boat. Do you think that he'll be put in prison for this? Gala asked as she and Eric ate dinner that night. HMPF. Most likely, though there is a chance that he'll permanently deported to China. That's too good for him, but with any luck, he won't ever come back. Eric said gruffly as he refilled his rice bowl. He then gave Gala a small smile. I'd like to say thanks again, Gala, for helping me back there. A lot of people could have been hurt or killed if you hadn't stopped him. Welcome, Gala said with a smile as she saw a little more of the human side that Ranma kept hidden away. And I want to say that you showed a lot of restraint by sparing him. I always knew that deep inside, you really are a good person. Yeah, well, don't make a big deal about it, Eric said with an offhanded wave. He still had to deal with others from his past showing up and wondered if his alternative solution would work on them. Only time would tell. Hoping to change the subject, he then asked her, Gala, do you think you can show me more of that tattoon magic? Sure, the tattoon girl said as she felt that she was making more headway with her beloved. Little by little she was chipping away from the tough shell that Eric had erected over himself. It was just a question of time. Later that night, Eric was in deep in thought as he looked out at the evening sky from the balcony of his apartment. Gal had already gone to sleep for the night, leaving the formerly cursed martial artist alone with his thoughts. He raised the hand and stared absently at the back of it while focusing his power. The mystic tattoo came into view as he let his newfound skills and senses flow with the outside lines of ki and the natural energies of his surroundings. It was quite a new sensation to him. His lifelong training in the martial arts had caused him to develop a heightened sense of awareness, specifically tuned for danger toward himself. However, that left him with less than stellar perceptive abilities toward that which did not threaten him. Now with the Tattoon girl's help, Ranma's sense of his surroundings had reached a new level. He could not only feel that which could threaten him, but also certain impressions and emotions of others, even at great distances. He could sense a couple being intimate some 2 blocks away. He could feel the impressions of a dog as it rooted about in its backyard. He could even feel the gentler currents of the breeze as it wafted across long blades of grass in the city park. The teen who was once Ranma Sodom closed his eyes and extended his new senses even further. His aura began to emerge, but this time, it wasn't the angry, intense red ki that he usually emitted. This one was a white color and seemed to give off soothing waves. Faint lines of energy began crisscrossing over the surface of Ranma's forearms. As the Tattoon priestess had told him, his secondary tattoos would form by themselves as his mastery over the tribal magic increased. Just as Ranma was about to achieve a state of perfect harmony and serenity, his brow suddenly furrowed and his aura began to darken. Gal's beloved had just sensed the presence of certain people in Hiroshima, who happened to be at a hotel some 30 blocks away. He also sensed the presence of others, most of which he had come to date. One presence was extremely aged and was darting back and forth between houses, leaping at their balconies and causing others to become very angry. Taco's eyes. That freak must be on one of his panty raids again. Then he sensed another who was just as old and radiated more control. Nearby was another less focused presence. Looks like shampoo and that old ghoul are here too. Figures, since I just ran into Moose. Then there were 2 presences that filled him with disgust. Kuno and that psychotic sister of his. Things just couldn't get any worse, now could they? He then sensed the presence of someone that he had thought to be a friend. His expression became saddened. Buka. No, Yukio. She's here too. Damn. They're all here. At that point, Eric dropped his concentration and let his tattoos fade back into his skin. He took a deep sigh and shook his head sadly. I guess that it was just wishful thinking that I'd be able to get away from all that shit in Nerima. It looks like I'm going to have to deal with them after all. And if I'm right, my next headache is going to be Nabiki. She's probably going to try to blackmail me into going back. Well, I can do something about that. Ranma went back into his apartment and walked over to the closet where he stored his backpack. He then opened up a side pocket of his pack and began taking out a few things that he had stolen. In his words, liberated from Nabiki's room before he had abandoned the Tenbos and his father. These items included all the hard copy files that mercenary had on him, such as the paper files, the computer disks and photos of him in both his male and female form. The latter, in which she'd sell to Kuno or any of the other perverts at Furanken. However, these were not the only things that he had taken. He had also brought along a few key things that he thought would be good insurance, when Nebiki or any of the others pursued him. All he had to do now was to face them. At the hotel. I still don't know why we're doing this. Akan griped as she and her family ate dinner. We're better off without that jerk. We shouldn't even be here. Good riddance, I say. Oh, come on now, Akan. You're not fooling anyone. Nebiki teased. We all know how much you want Ranma back. I do not. Akan half screamed her denial. Soon and Genma, of course, took this the wrong way. It must be love, for my little girl to be so intense. Soon sighed. Yes, a perfect match. Genma agreed as he wolfed down his food. Perhaps this separation was a blessing in disguise. They say that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Well said, Sodom. When they are reunited, then we shall hold the wedding right away. True love should not be denied. Akan then stood up and slammed her hands onto the table. I do not love him. I hate him. I'm glad that he's gone. He was nothing but trouble since he came to our home. And I should have my head examined for even coming to Hiroshima. She then stomped toward her room, leaving her half-finished dinner on the table. However, it was soon empty as Genma followed one of the tenets of his training, which was to never let free food go to waste. After dinner, as Kasumi good-naturedly cleared the table, Nebiki sat on her bed in deep contemplation. Ranma was here in Hiroshima. She could feel it in her bones. Her primary source of income would soon be under her thumb again, and her bank account would be out of its slump and climbing. Just what was he thinking when he left? How could he do that to her? She had a sweet setup going and he just had to ruin it by saying no and making a decision for himself. Well, his sudden burst of independence was going to be short-lived after she found him. He had cost her a lot of money since he left the Tendo home several months ago. He had taken nearly every piece of information that she had on him when he departed. She had already sold the last few photos of him in his cursed form. Images in which she had sold to Kuno at inflated prices. The perverted Wanabe samurai had been hungering for more images of his beloved big-tailed goddess and was determined to free her from the clutches of the demon sorcerer Ranma. Once Ranma had returned to Nerima, Nebiki was planning on doing a full layout shoot with his cursed form, which would net her a pretty profit and put her through college. Ranma's feelings about it were of no consequence. The big-tailed martial artist had also ruined a couple of other lucrative ventures when he had left, one of which were the betting pools. The middle Tendo daughter had been profiting off odds on his fights with his rivals or any other fighter that came to Tokyo. The second business was the most important. They were secrets about Ranma. Secrets that she had ferreted out of him during his stay at her home. Secrets that others would pay for. Secrets that Ranma paid her on a regular basis not to reveal. Though he had taken all the hard copies and data discs that she had on him in her room, her master files were still in her head, along with many others at school. She also had some back UPS hidden in secret caches at Furinken. Many of them had been raided by the school's computer club. As a result, a lot of people were no longer under her control. However, she considered it all a minor setback and Ranma's return would recoup lots she had lost. Oh yes, Ranma won't be able to enjoy his freedom for very much longer once she caught up to him. She owned him, and he was still up to his neck in debt. He couldn't just walk away. He didn't have what it takes to escape her. He was just an immature, naive, egotistical jock. His sudden act of intelligence in breaking into her room, stealing her files and covering his tracks was just a one-time fluke. Ranma was the eternal sap. He couldn't stand to see girls cry and didn't fight them. His taking all of Akhan's abuse and not retaliating was proof of that. He didn't have any class or control and would leap at any chance to a cure for his curse. And Ranma becoming cured would mean a sudden drop in her business affairs. He had the perpetual foot and mouth disease and it was so easy to manipulate him. She expected some resistance, but she was certain that Ranma would bend to her whim, as he always did. With Akhan, Sun and Genma bearing down on him, the dope was certain to collapse. And if everything else failed, she could always play her trump card. His overdeveloped sense of honor. That was the chink in his armor. He may complain and shout, but when it came to honor, he would do what was necessary, even if he hated it. The pledge to unite the families and the overwhelming debts that he owed her. It will be a stain on his honor if he were to turn his back on them. Yes, Ranma would return to the Tendo dojo. Willingly or not, he would return. The mercenary Tendo daughter would make certain of that. Little did she know that Ranma was no longer the same person that she nor anyone else was expecting. Ranma nodded as he put away all the files after committing them to memory. Nebiki had learned a lot of his secrets during his stay at the Tendo home, but when he left, he had taken many of hers. He had taken as many of the negatives of the photos of her private files as he could, while stealing the ones that concerned him. Akhan's sister had a lot of skeletons in her closet. Not only did she have extensive information about him, but she also had data on more than half of Furinken's student population, all the teaching staff and several important people of Nerima's community. From those photos, he had learned many things about Nebiki that he never knew before. If she were to threaten to expose his secrets, he could counter with hers. Turnabout was fair after all. Nebiki would soon learn that Eric wasn't going to be pushed around by nobody. The next morning. Please. Mumber, come on, Eric. I said no. Why not? No, I'm not going. Please. No. Pretty please. No, no, and no. Please, please, please. I really want to go and I really want you to be there with me. It'll be fun. Gala, after all that's happened, I really don't think that going to the annual festival that's coming up would be a good idea. Oh please, Eric. I've never been to one before, and it sounds exciting. And it might be just the thing to get your mind off your problems for a while. And it's also just asking for trouble. Ryoga and Moose found me and look what happened. What if the others were to see me there? Eric, please. Gala clasped her hands together and held them out in front. Her eyes glistened with a certain sparkle as she pleaded with him. Don't shut yourself out from me and everyone else. It's not good for you. I want to see you smile and be happy. I want to see you enjoy what life has to offer. Don't let your past consume you. Ranma sighed as he turned his back to her, leaned against the wall and stared out the window at the rising Sunday. Fun. Now there's something that I don't get to that much. Please, Eric. It would mean a lot to me if you'd take me to this festival. I've heard so much about it from everyone at school. Everyone in class is going to be there. I don't know, Gala. If I go out, then those people that I told you about are bound to find me. I know that I'd have to face them sooner or later, though I'd much rather face them later. Don't worry about it. What? Ranma turned to see Gala take a determined look on her face as she held up a fist. She focused her power and let the tattoo appear. I won't let any of those people come near you. Remember, I'm on your side. The former fiancé of Akan couldn't help but show a slight smile. He still couldn't get over the fact that this girl was behind him. She showed a kind of devotion that was unfamiliar to him. Unlike Shampoo's deviousness, Akan's abuse or Yukio's possessiveness, Gala showed sincere loyalty and was honest with how she felt about him. She never asked for anything and gave him space when he needed it. Why shouldn't he reward her by taking her out? It wasn't as if it was a real date. It was just two people going out together for a night of enjoyment, that's all. And it had been a long time since his departure from Nerima, that he had gone out for fun. Even though he felt that he was making a big mistake, that small part of him that still clung to his old self came out as he couldn't refuse Gala's request. Oh. Alright, Gala. Tomorrow night, but just for a couple of hours, okay? Why? Thank you. Thank you. The Tattoon girl immediately embraced her beloved and gushed out how happy she was. I promise you that this will be fun. This will be a night that you won't forget. Ranma Simple stood there with a sigh and he put his hands on Gala's waist. I have a feeling that I won't be forgetting tomorrow night for a long time. At her own home, Lisa was wondering how she would approach Eric today and ask him out to the festival. Draped over a chair was the brand new kimono that she planned to wear tomorrow night. At her family's home, Nodoka was also wondering what she would wear to the festival. She was planning to go with her sister and wondered if Eric would be there. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, that takes care of Chapter 6 of Tattoon Ranma. Now for those of you who are saying that I made Nebiki appear to be the money-grubbing mercenary of the original series, all I can say is that in this story she is. My stories can either have altered or canon personalities, to suit the mood. Besides, in this fic, Ranma has changed because of those people. So having them written as something other than original would defeat the purpose of his leaving, now wouldn't it? I like to experiment with mixes of both changed and unchanged personalities of the cast. In Fighting Blind and Weapon Ranma, Shampoo is more understanding and human, while in Cat Fist Fury and Tattoon Ranma, she's like the canon. Same thing goes for Yukio, Kasumi, Nebiki and so on. I don't care much for Genma, Ryoga, Muse and especially Akan, since to me, they don't add much in terms of redeeming qualities. But I guess that's just being biased. Next chapter, Gallo and Eric go on their first date. Eric will flatly deny that it is a date. We're certainly going to have more mayhem and a few more surprises as well as more development in their relationship. See you then. Chapter 7 Chapter 7 I'm not going back. Tattoon Ranma disclaimer. What are you looking at me for? Thoughts. Chapter 7 I'm not going back. Eric shook his head as he waited for Bella to emerge from the bedroom. As he sat on the couch, dressed in a festive kimono, he wondered just what was he doing. I must have been out of my mind to have agreed to this. The one who used to be Ranma Sodom shook his head. First Ryoga, then Muse, and I already sensed Yukio, Shampoo and that bitch, Akan as well as everyone else last night. Just what was I thinking? They're bound to see me if I go out to the festival tonight. It was bad enough with Lisa this morning. Flashback to that morning at school. Eric. Yeah, what do you want, Lisa? Ranma replied as he turned around to face her. The bow-wielding class president took a deep breath and said to him, Eric? I mean, how have you been since that night with the guns? Ranma waved it off and said nonchalantly, I'm okay. He wasn't someone that I didn't know how to handle before. From what I heard, he's either going to be spending a lot of time in Japan or he's not going to be in the country for much longer. Lisa nodded in agreement. It was either prison or deportation for Muse. Well, I knew that he wasn't going to get off easy after what happened yesterday. Carrying guns and shooting at crowds is definitely against the law. The martial artist shrugged. So's attempted murder. So what? It's not like I haven't been in that situation before. Oh, yeah. Right. Lisa had a bit of a sweat drop on the back of her head, then bolstered her courage. In any case, Eric, there's Something that I wanted to ask you. She began to twiddle her index fingers absent-mindedly. Yeah, what? Make it quick. I don't want to be late for my next class. Not that I care, but I don't feel like holding up buckets. Well, I mean, you. You know that tonight's going to be annual festival in town and what? And well, I was wondering if you know, what I mean. At that moment, a bouncy blonde came up and clomped onto Eric in her usual perky way. Hi Eric. Ugh. How many times have I told you not to do that? Eric growled as he tried to push her off. Gala good-naturedly released her hold and smiled at him. I'm so excited about tonight's festival and I wanted to know when we're going. The made Lisa's heart suddenly jam in her throat when she heard this. You mean she's already asked you? She was trying hard not to let her tears flow from her eyes. Eric frantically waved his hands and said in denial, Hey! Don't get the wrong idea. It's not like we're on a date or anything. It's just that it's her first festival here and Lisa, however, had seen and heard enough as she turned and started to walk away. I understand. I hope that you two will have fun tonight. Gala saw the sadness in Lisa's heart, and though Lisa was her rival for Eric's affections, Gala still wanted to be friends with her. She then called out to the bow girl. Lisa, why don't you come with us? It'll be fun. Huh? Lisa turned back to them in surprise. Eric and I wouldn't mind. We'll make it a threesome. Eric winced at Gala's choice of words as he tried to protest, but he was a little slow with getting his mouth to work. You mean it? You wouldn't mind? Lisa asked. No problem. We'd love to have you with us. Isn't that right, Eric? Well, I don't. I mean I wouldn't mind. That is, then it's settled. We'll pick you up at 7, okay? Sure, alright. Lisa replied as she turned to head to her next class. Though it meant sharing Eric with the Tattoon girl, at least it was better than not going at all. Back in the hallway, Eric could only stand in disbelief as he felt a foreboding sense of deja vu. End of flashback. Didn't I go through that kind of situation before? Now I'm stuck with 2 girls instead of 1. Why did I even agree to this? It was at that moment that Gala stepped out from the bedroom that Eric got his answer. The Tattoon High Priestess looked radiant in her emerald green kimono with flaring sleeves. The outfit wasn't as revealing as her tribal wear, but it still flattered her figure and emphasized her beauty. Her hair was done up in its usual top-knot style with braided sideburns, but she was now sporting a decorative, butterfly hairpin. Her slim waist was tied up with her red sash and she had a pair of sandals on her slender feet. In her hand was a collapsible fan to wave in the warm, evening heat. Well, Eric, what do you think? She did a little turn to display the entire ensemble. Eric found himself speechless for a long time before finally replying. Gala, you look great. You really think so? Gala asked eagerly. The martial artist could only stand up and shrug his shoulders while nodding. When the girl smiled at him, Ranma felt a funny feeling in his chest and a random thought crossed his mind. Man, she's even cuter than Yukio. Shampoo and Akan put together. He then blinked in confusion and mentally chided himself. What am I thinking? She's just a girl, that's all. And this isn't a date. It was then that Gala sided up to him and took his arm. Let's get going, Eric. We have to pick up Lisa. Yeah, right. Ranma then let himself be led out the door of the apartment and down the stairs. Lisa paced about in the living room of her house, dressed in her new dark blue and white kimono. Her grandfather chuckled a bit as he watched his relative nervously wring her hands as she continued to wear a hole in the floor. Is little Lisa having first date jitters? The old man said slyly. Oh, will you please cut that out, Grandpa? I've got enough to worry about. Her grandfather smirked, then let off a guffaw. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Lisa stiffened up as soon as she heard it. She then took a deep breath, walked to the front door and opened it. Some time later. This is so exciting, Gala exclaimed as she took in every sight and sound. As she, Lisa and Eric walked through the aisles of games, shops and displays. She clung to Ranma's right arm while Lisa held on to his left. Sandwiched between the two girls, Ranma was in obvious discomfort and gave scowls to anyone who looked at them. Many of the male spectators were jealous that one guy could be lucky to be taking two girls out at once. Ooh, what's that, Eric? Paul asked as she plumped to a booth. Eric turned around and the sight brought back some bittersweet memories. It was the traditional fishing game in which one had to scoop up a goldfish with a paper hoop. He remembered back to a time in which he had to learn the chestnuts roasting over an open fire technique. He ended up catching piranha with his bare hands since that old ghoul had put the full-body cat's tongue pressure point on him. He couldn't get near anything hot until he got that Phoenix pill, and that had been a problem when he had his curse. Though he was grateful to that old crone for teaching him that skill, he still harbored very angry feelings toward her for what she and her great-granddaughter had put him through. And when he encountered them again, which would be inevitable, all bets were off. Gala saw that Eric was becoming moody again and was determined to get him to lighten up. This was supposed to be a time of forgetting one's problems and to enjoy oneself. She began tugging on his arm and leading him toward the fishing game. Come on, Eric. Let's go see. The martial artist sighed as he let himself be dragged toward the booth. As they neared it, they saw a small girl trying her best to catch one of the goldfish. She let out a sad howl when yet another of the fish broke through the hoop and plopped back into the tank. Almost got it that time. The booth manager said, "You want to give it another go?" The little girl shook her head sadly as she replied, "I can't. I'm all out of money. And I really wanted one." Tears began to form in her eyes as Ranma and his two companions stood behind her. "What are you supposed to do in this game?" Gala asked. You used that paper hoop to catch the goldfish. Lisa explained. Good luck though. Those things couldn't even strain tea leaves. As the girl began to cry, Ranma felt a small pang of his old self come to the surface. He also felt a sense of deja vu as he remembered back to that time in which he helped another child in just such a situation. He didn't want to get involved, especially with females, no matter what age they were. They were nothing but trouble. However, as he saw the tears roll down the little girl's cheek, why me? Without saying a word, he crouched down and firmly nudged the child to one side. He then picked up a paper hoop and a small bowl. Eric? Gala said tentatively as she saw the look in her beloved's eyes. Lisa also gazed upon him and noticed the determination in his eyes, though the rest of his face remained like cold stone. Then it happened. Before the startled eyes of the booth manager and the little girl, not to mention Gala and Lisa, Ranma's right arm began to blur over the tank of water. In mere heartbeats, the goldfish were quickly picked up and placed inside bowls of water, as Ranma used his chestnut technique to gather them up before they could break through the hoop. He continually changed bowls as he scooped up the fish. In 10 seconds, he had more than a dozen bowls beside him, with 3 or 4 fish swimming in each of them. In 20 seconds, the tank was empty as the last fish was caught and deposited. Wow! That was neat. The girl chirped as she saw all those fish. The booth manager's jaw dropped as Eric stood up and addressed him. Well, since I caught them all, that means they're free, right? The man could only nod wordlessly as he was still in a state of shock. He had been put out of business in half a minute. Luckily, Ranma had no intention of keeping the fish as he looked down at the girl. So, what are you waiting for? Pick a bowl, he said gruffly. Me? The girl said as she wondered to herself. Well, Ranma said more forcefully. The child looked down and selected a container that was near the center of the group. It contained 3 fish that were each colored differently. The sullen martial artist nodded as he picked it up and handed it to the booth manager. Bag it up for her and you can dump the rest back into the tank. Without another word, Ranma turned away and began walking off. Lisa and Gala stood in shock for another minute before they regained their senses and went after him. Eric! Wait up! The girl became all smiles as she was handed a small plastic bag of water with the 3 fish. She held up her gift and then waved to the nice man. Thank you, mister. You're really nice. I don't know where you got that idea. I am not a nice guy. Eric denied as he had been teased by Gala and Lisa for the last 5 minutes. I know you better. It was really sweet of you to have helped out that little girl. Gala said as she snuggled closer to him. You're just a big softie. Eric, you really surprised me back there. Lisa added. How did you do that? Just a little trick I picked up back in Tokyo. Ranma said with nonchalance. It's no big deal. He then gave Gala a bit of a scowl. And I didn't do it because I felt sorry for the kid. She would have started bawling her head off and drive me nuts with all that crying. That would have been really annoying. Gala smiled as she shook her head. She wasn't fooled for a second. She had always known that deep down, Eric really was a good person, and slowly, but surely, she was seeing more of his tender side. A little while later, THUNK. The crowds that had gathered around the booth applauded after Ranma had nailed his 50th bullseye and knocked the target back. "You've got really good aim," Lisa remarked as Ranma cocked back his arm and threw the ball in a pitch that would have made Nolan Ryan green with envy. "Did you ever think about trying out for the baseball team?" Ranma said nothing as he hurled another 3 balls into the target with such force that they left deep impressions into the surface. "Wow!" Gala clapped her hands with glee as looked down at the pile of prizes that Ranma had accumulated. So far, he had won more than a dozen skill games, which included shooting, throwing, balance and strength. This particular festival had some imported American carnival games. He had astounded the people at the classic Test Your Strength challenge. When the booth manager had offered him the wooden mallet, it took all of Eric's control not to break the instrument over the man's head. He swatted it aside and then slammed a fist onto the wooden plank. The little lead weight shot up the wire like a rocket and nearly knocked the bell off the post. Clang! Gala began wondering what they were going to do with all the stuffed animals and trinkets that Eric had won. Sure, they were cute, but they were going to take up too much space in their tiny apartment. Many of the children that were in the crowds looked longingly at the playthings. Fortunately, Ranma had no intention of keeping them. After knocking off the last target in the ball toss game, he was awarded a cute stuffed pig. He frowned at the prize as he was reminded of a certain martial artist who was currently in traction. He looked down and saw a little girl looking up at him with pulpy dog eyes. Without a word, he roughly shoved the toy into her arms and walked away. "Eric, what about all your prizes?" Gala called after him. "I don't want them." "Do what you want with them. Give them to those kids for all I care." Gala looked down and decided to just take one souvenir. She selected a charming little stuffed dolphin and then went after him. "Wait up." Lisa also decided to take just one prize and chose a pretty bracelet. Before joining her friends, she addressed the kids and said, "You can all have the rest." The children gleefully descended on their treasures, and once they each had at least one toy, they waved back at the one who had won them. "That was really nice of you to give those kids your prizes," Lisa commented. "Ah, it's not that I wanted them anyway," Ranma replied with nonchalance. "Besides, what would I do with a bunch of stupid toys anyway?" "Oh, come on, Eric. Lighten up." I agreed with Lisa. "That was really sweet of you." She nuzzled her dolphin and then snuggled up closer to her beau. Not wanting to be outdone, her rival also moved closer. This, of course, made Ranma extremely uncomfortable, but unlike the times he had in Nerima, he found that this wasn't as bad as it was then. In Nerima, Shampoo and Yukio would squish him like a marshmallow in a nutcracker while Akan would bash him over the head, accusing him of being a pervert. Gao and Lisa were being civil to each other, at least in public. So far, no fights had broken out and there wasn't anyone after his head. To anyone who was watching, he was just an ordinary guy enjoying a night at a festival with two friends. Maybe, just maybe, he could enjoy himself. At least for tonight. Meanwhile, in another area of the festival, give me another. Nebiki and Kasumi both watched as their younger sister angrily tried to scoop up the fish and failed each time. She had already gone through 30 hoops and at the rate she was going, she'd be out of money in less than a minute. She wasn't even doing it right. With every failure, she would hit the water with increasing force, breaking the hoops and scaring the fish. Give it up, Akan. You're such a klutz. Nebiki said. You're never going to catch them that way. The only person who could catch them was Ranma. Don't say that name. Akan said angrily as the fish once again scattered when her hoop hit the water. I can do this. I don't need his help. I can do this better than him. At this point, many people were crowding around the booth after hearing Akan's repeated shouts and began watching. Kasumi could only sigh and shake her head as she watched her youngest sibling get more frustrated by the minute, plus drawing attention to herself with her tantrums. She knew that things had gotten hard for her since Ranma left the Tendo home. The boys at school had been giving her a hard time every morning with their fight for the right to date her routine and Kuno becoming even more irritating. She would always come home shouting to the heavens and cursed the day that she ever met Ranma, and blamed all of her past, present and future woes on him. It was all his fault. It always was. It was at that moment that Kasumi remembered back to when the last time she saw Ranma. Flashback. Ranma, I've had it. I've had it with people always blaming me for things that go wrong. No one ever listened to me. I didn't ask for this engagement. Girls are nothing but trouble. I quit. Do you hear me? I quit. End of flashback. Kasumi had never seen Ranma so upset. Oh, he would blow his top every now and then, nowhere near as many times as Akan, of course, but he'd usually cool off after a while and then forget about whatever made him angry in the first place. She couldn't fathom as to what got him so upset to actually leave. After all the things he had endured since coming to the Tendo home, what could have driven him to abandon his life in Nerima? Though Kasumi was one of the most well-meaning people in the world, she wasn't perfect. She did have her flaws, and there were two that indirectly made Ranma leave the Tendos and his father. Her first flaw was her tendency to see only the good things about people and ignore all the bad things. Secondly, she was too optimistic. It was one thing to keep one's hopes up, but it was another thing to accept reality when it was undeniable. However, Lady Fate Kismet to her friends, would once again play a hand as Kasumi absently looked to one side and saw someone who looked familiar. He was a sullen-looking fellow with raven hair that was cropped short. He wore a festival kimono, but he did not seem to be enjoying himself. He was slightly slouched and scowling as two attractive girls walked beside him, each holding onto one of his arms. Kasumi then noticed that he had some kind of cross-shaped scar on his forehead. However, when he turned his head in response to Akan's voice, her eyes widened as she saw his full face. "Look over there, Eric." Gallop wanted to another booth. "There's another one of those fish-catching games." "Big deal," Eric said gruffly. "Wow. There seems to be a crowd drawing over there," Lisa commented. "Listen. Sounds like the person who's playing isn't doing so well." "Well, it ain't exactly easy. I remember one person who was so much of a klutz that—" "Give me another." Ranma's blood went cold as soon as he heard that voice. Slowly, but surely, he turned around and saw Kasumi. For one brief moment that seemed to last an eternity, their eyes met. Then, Eric grabbed both of the girl's hands and bolted. "Fast! Eric! Where are you going?" Lisa cried out as they were dragged away from the area at high speed. Ranma neither answered nor looked back as he wanted to make certain that they were as far away from those people as possible. "I'm telling you." "I saw Ranma." "Where?" Nabiki asked anxiously as she, Akan and Kasumi ran through the crowds in search of Akan's former fiancée. "Who cares?" Akan said with utter contempt. "We don't need that jerk." Kasumi looked about as she tried to pick out Ranma's face from the crowds, but the area was thick with people and bright lights, which made it easy for one person to blend into the background. She and her sisters stopped for a moment. Then the eldest Tendo daughter decided that they should split up. Akan immediately refused to take part in the search, but her vote was vetoed as Nebiki grabbed her by the arm and dragged her off in one direction. At first, she protested, but when her older sibling whispered something in her ear, Akan soon followed Nebiki, though very reluctantly. Kasumi nodded as she went off in the opposite direction. "Eric, what's wrong?" Lisa asked as she, Gala, and Ranma hid behind a booth. She had never seen him run from anyone, but he bolted like a wild colt as soon as he looked at those girls who were at that fishing game booth. What was going on? Eric scowled as he peered around the corner and watched the Tendo sisters split up to search for him. It wasn't that he couldn't beat all three girls. With Akan, he wouldn't have any problems with hitting her, and he out-Nebiki big time for all the blackmailing and photo ops. As for Kasumi, well, he didn't really have anything against her, but if she and her sisters were here, that meant that their father and Genma were close by. And that could only lead to trouble. Damn. I knew I shouldn't have come here. "Eric?" Gala asked with some uneasiness in her voice. She saw the look on his face and the slight pallor that was beginning to emerge. She hoped that this wouldn't explode into another bloodbath. Ryoju would not be out of the hospital for at least 6 months, and Muz was going to prison or back to China in disgrace. "They're here," the sullen martial artist growled. "Who's here?" Lisa asked as she looked around the corner. All she could see were throngs of people. In the distance, she saw young women dash in one direction, and two younger girls head off in another. It was then that Gala realized who Eric was speaking about. It's them, right? The Kendos? Ranma nodded slightly as he watched Kasumi and her sisters disappear into the crowds. He turned back and took a long, sad sigh. I should have known that they'd turn up sooner or later. Shit. I guess it was too much to ask for just one fucking night without having to worry about this crap. What should we do? Gala asked. What are you talking about? Who are these Tendo people? Lisa inquired. They're bad people. Gala replied. They're as bad as that moose person. You mean that nut with the guns? The bad girl still got the shivers thinking about how close he had come to mowing down innocent bystanders, just to kill Ranma. The enemies of my husband are my enemies as well. Ranma held up a hand. Well, most of them are people that I wouldn't want to see again, but there are a couple that aren't that bad. One of those people is here tonight, and I think it's time that I settled a few things. He began considering his options, then asked the Tattoon girl, Gala, do you think you can use those powers of yours to keep Pakan and Nebiki away from that booth over there? I need to have a private talk with Kasumi. He pointed to a stand that was serving ramen and tea. The High Priestess considered her beloved for a moment and then nodded. Which ones are Akan and Nebiki? Ranma glanced back toward the crowds, then pointed them out. Those two girls over there. Can you lead them away from that booth? No problem. She held up a hand and let the mystic tattoo appear. She then grasped Lisa by the arm. Come on, Lisa. Hold on, Gala. The bad girl cried out as she found herself being dragged off. As his Tacoma Panyans went off to lead Akan and her sister away, the former Sodom sat down at the booth and ordered some ramen with a cup of tea. As he ate quietly, he began extending his tattooed senses outward. The mark on his forehead glowed slightly as he psychically touched the auras of everyone present. He mentally sorted out each of the minds that he touched and was amazed at how acute his awareness to the environment had become. All that instruction in how to use his tattooed powers was paying off. When he came into contact with Kasumi's essence, he began emitting a kind of energy which compelled the eldest daughter of Suntendo to turn her head and gave her an urge to walk in his direction. Kasumi didn't know why she suddenly had the urge to walk back to the place where she and her sisters had split up. In a few minutes, she was right back where she had started from. Then she looked around and saw Ranma, sitting at a noodle stand and sipping tea. She looked about for her sisters, but saw no sign of them. Unknown to her, Gala was purposely leading Akan and Nebiki away from the area with a few simple illusions, making the girls think that they were somewhere else. By planting images in their mind, the two Tendo girls thought they had caught glimpses of Ranma and moved even further away from the area. Back near the ramen booth, Kasumi decided that she couldn't go look for her sisters. This would be her one and only chance to speak with Ranma and perhaps convince him to return to Nerima. The honor of her family was at stake and she knew that Ranma and Akan were meant for each other. Right? She bolstered up her courage and began walking toward him. When she neared him, he was just downing the soup in his bowl. Just as she was about to speak, Ranma put down the bowl, wiped his mouth with a napkin and spoke without turning his head. I was wondering when you would get here. Kasumi. The eldest Tendo daughter stiffened when she heard the hard edge in his voice. That was Ranma all right, but he seemed so sullen and moody. Far more so than she remembered. Well, are you going to sit down? He gestured to an empty stool. The daughter of Sun Tendo took a deep breath before nodding and sat down. She then tried her most friendliest smile and said, "It's good to see you again, Ranma." "I save it," Eric said, cutting her off. "I'm not interested in what you or anyone else from Tokyo have to say. But you're going to listen to every word that I have to say. I'll tell you right off. I'm not going back. Ever. If that's the reason why you and the others came, to try and convince me to return, then you wasted your time. In any case, I gave up the Sodom name, so it doesn't matter now." "What?" "The name's Eric Kobayashi." "Got it. But, Ranma, don't call me Ranma. Understand?" "But..." The ex-card martial artist gave Kasumi a low and very dangerous growl, which surprised the eldest Tendo daughter. Ranma had never even considered raising his voice to her before, and she was unused to people being angry with her. However, she knew that she was starting to tread on dangerous ground and decided to humor him. For now. A few minutes before, closed eye. "It's been a long time since we've been together, Nodoka." "Yes." Nodoka agreed as she and her sister Etsuko walked together. Both were dressed in festive kimonos. The two were very similar in appearance, but Nodoka's sister had hair that went past her shoulders and she was about 2 inches taller. Her eyes were green instead of gray-blue and her face was more angular. "By the way, sister, have you heard from your son and husband lately?" The elder Kobayashi sibling's eyes narrowed a bit as she thought about the weasel that Nodoka had married. Like all the members of her family, they had disapproved of Genma Sodom, but Nodoka seemed blind to the man's faults. What kind of man leaves his wife and takes away their only child for some training journey without so much as a single visit or phone call for over a decade? Nodoka had maintained that she had been receiving letters regularly, stating that her son was fine, but Itsuko had her doubts. After all, Genma had not a single yen to his name when he and her sister married, and Itsuko had suspected that he only wed Nodoka because she belonged to a prominent and wealthy family. However, their father had disowned Nodoka and both she and her husband had received nothing. Though the Kobayashi patriarch refused to see his second daughter, Itsuko had maintained a steady relationship with her sibling and even set up a secret trust fund for her, which amounted to a huge fortune. Genma knew nothing of it, which Nodoka's sister had intended. Genma and Ranma are doing fine, Nodoka said as they annoyingly neared the place where Eric was having it out with Kasumi. Atsuko shook her head. That's what you always say, but what proof do you have? You haven't seen Genma or Ranma in over 10 years. You probably wouldn't recognize your son if you met him now. I'm certain that he has grown into a fine young man, Nodoka said with confidence. After all, Genma did promise to make him a man among men. Otherwise, I never would have agreed to let him take Ranma on that training journey. Nodoka's sister sighed and shook her head. Sister, you have some very odd notions. Why you married that idiot against father and everyone else wishes is beyond me. Maybe when you fall in love, then you will understand. HMPF. Love is one thing, but being blind to certain truths is another. You haven't seen your family in over 10 years. And what are you talking about Genma promising to make Ranma a man among men? Well, I wanted my son to grow up into a man that any mother would be proud of. I'm certain that Genma will do a good job. Atsuko shuddered at the thought of her nephew growing up to be another Genma. And exactly what is your idea of a man among men? When Nodoka explained to her sister of her idea of a man among men, Atsuko began to wonder if her sibling had all of her oars in the water. Peeping, petty theft, most of the traits in which her sister considered as manly had no real place in the world, by modern standards, and a few didn't make any sense at all. She was very shocked when she was told of the seppuku pledge. Genma would be idiotic enough to sign away his only child's life. But for Nodoka to agree to it, with her sister's skewed ideals of what was considered as manliness, Atsuko began mentally praying to Kami-sama that her nephew would not turn out to be anything like Genma. Little did she know that the Almighty had already granted that wish. Ah, if Ranma were to turn out to be half as manly as Eric, then I would be content, Nodoka said with a bit of longing. Who? He's a waiter that serves at my favorite coffee shop. His name is Eric Kobayashi. Kobayashi? Is he part of our family? No, he's not. Kobayashi is a very common name. I think he told me once that he was part American. Oh, you should meet with him. He's a perfect example of a man among men. Oh really? Oh yes. He's even got a girlfriend and it was then that she noticed a certain someone sitting at a nearby ramen booth. Oh look. There he is. And that might be his girlfriend. As they came toward the booth, they saw a girl with long, light brown hair sit down beside Eric. They started listening in on them just after he had told Kasumi not to call him Ranma, unaware that he was in fact Nodoka's son. Kasumi took a deep breath. All right, Eric. But I don't understand. Why are you? Ranma scowled at Akane and Nabiki's sister and said with sarcasm, why? After all the shit that I was put through for a year and a half, you've got some nerve to ask me why. The eldest Tendo daughter was caught off guard by the swearing and anger. But I don't give a damn as to what you Your father, my father, or that bitch you call a sister want to say. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't mean shit to me. Kasumi was shocked to hear such profanity and open hostility from someone whom she thought was a gentle person inside. Ranma had changed. That much was certain. You don't really mean? Oh yes I do. Mark my words. I mean it. I want nothing to do with your family. Or mine. He started thinking dark thoughts about Genma before continuing on. As far as I am concerned, the further away I am from them, the better off I'll be. I especially don't want to be near that bitch Akan. That statement shocked Kasumi to the core. Ranma had insulted Akan in the past, but never with this kind of intensity. You really don't mean that? Things can still work out. Akan really is a good girl and she cares. Stop it. The harshness in his voice made Kasumi pause as he turned to glare at her. His eyes blazed like hot coals as he took a deep breath, then addressed her in a quiet voice that was barely restraining his anger. Kasumi, if you truly believe what you are saying, then you're an even bigger fool than that idiot you call a father. Kasumi gasped at his words and felt as if she had been slapped. This is the Eric that you admire so much? Atsuko asked as she and her sister stood nearby. I don't know what's going on. I'll admit that Eric can get abrasive at times, but I've never seen him like this before. I don't know what that girl had done to him, but whatever it was must have really hurt him. She might not be his girlfriend. Nodoka replied as she and her sibling continued to listen in on the conversation. Ranma was not going to be silent, nor did he show any outward sign that he was regretting having to hurt Kasumi. It pained him to do this, but if the Tendo girl was to have any understanding of how he felt, then he would have to be blunt and force the truth on her. Being blissfully ignorant of the bad things about people had its own drawbacks and caused problems to grow if not checked. You say that it will work out? What's there to work with, huh? Day in and day out, the same crap over and over again. Did anyone ever listen to me when I had something to say? No. No one did. Did anyone give me a chance to explain when something went wrong? No. No one cared. No one fucking cared. You can't say that. We cared. We all did and... bullshit. Once again, Kasumi was shocked at Ranma's casual usage of profanity. But, I said, bullshit. Ranma hit a fist on the counter, almost breaking through the wood. Nobody cared as to how I felt or what I wanted. The only thing that everyone cared about was themselves. But, no buts. That's how it was when that stupid Unite the Schools shit started. Ranma raged. It was bad enough that Pops put me through that goddamned Nakoken training. He threw me into a pit of starving cats without reading the whole manual, for God's sake. It was worse when he was too cheap to buy plane tickets and I had to swim to China. Hell, he didn't even bother to learn one word of Chinese before taking me to Juzenkyo and getting me cursed. Was that enough? Oh no. He just had to add one more load of crap. As soon as we got back to Japan, he tells me that I have to marry somebody that I had never met, just because of some dumbass promise he made before I was born. Most likely he made it when he was drunk. I don't know about you, no cop, but that stuff sure sounds like things that your idiot husband would do. Atsuko remarked. Nodoka gave her sister a bit of a glare before turning her attention back to the conversation. And how about when I got to your home, eh? Was I welcomed with open arms? No, I was not. You're not being fair, Ron. You're, Eric. Kasumi protested. We weren't expecting the engagement either, and you have to admit, we weren't ready for what happened when you and your father showed up. Eric snorted in disgust. You can chalk that up to your father and my pop's stupidity. I didn't even want the fucking engagement, but I was dragged into it against my will. And what happened after we explained everything? You and Nebiki just pushed me onto that bitch can like I was damaged goods. Just how do you think that made me feel, huh? Ranma then added with his voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, that's a really fine way to treat a guest. That stinging jab cut the eldest Tendo girl to the quick as she remembered back to that first meeting. Eric had a point. That had been bad manners. Eric continued on. My father and your father didn't give a shit as to what I had to say or how I felt about this whole thing. No. All they cared about the damned dojo, while sitting on their asses playing shogi and stuffing their faces. They didn't want to work or help out. They didn't care that I was being hurt every day. They just decided to keep little Lakan happy by taking her side and leaving me to take all of her crap and everyone else's crap. That's not true. They were only fulfilling the family honor and honor. Don't you preach to me about honor. You don't know anything about honor. No one in that house knew about honor. Not Nebiki, not that abusive bitch Akan, not you, and especially not your father or mine. In fact, our fathers were the biggest fucking hypocrites when it came to honor. I'll not have you insult. Shut up. Eric roared, causing Akan and Nebiki's sister to become silent. You know nothing of honor. If you knew about honor, then the pledge would have been invalidated when Pop kept on selling me off. Eric was sold off? Atsuko repeated. Nodoka became even more interested at this point. Ranma began counting off the fingers on one hand. I was sold for a fish, rice and pickles when I was a baby. Pops engaged me to Yukio and took her family's yatai when I was 6. He would have sold me off to that nutjob Kodakai when she offered a dojo, cash and a free barbecue. The way I see it, he wants this engagement with Akan so he can freeload off the dojo and my sweat for the rest of his life. I wasn't his son. I was just a piece of property in which he could sell to the highest bidder. Kami-sama only knows how many other times he used me as a bargaining chip without me knowing it. And Kami-sama only knows how many more times he would have done it. Despite all of his crimes, your father still wanted that stupid marriage. I'd have to be crazy not to be royally pissed off. Kasumi was speechless at this moment. She couldn't deny that either. Call me crazy, but the more I hear about Eric's father, the more I think he's describing Genma. He's not talking about Genma. Nodoka denied. Genma's nothing like that. Oh really? Atsuko then began counting off her fingers. There was that time after you two got married that he tried to sell off some of our family heirlooms for a free meal. Then there were those rumors about a certain someone who was said to have been seen with a perverted underwear thief 2 decades ago. Then we started hearing those alleged charges of repeated petty theft over the last 5 or so years with witnesses describing your husband. Nodoka gave her sister another growl as she turned back to where Eric was still addressing Kasumi. Yeah, right. To them, it was just an excuse. In fact, that was the thing that I hated most about your family. And you. This really shocked Kasumi to the core. What are you saying? I'm saying that next to being hypocrites, the thing that I hate most about your family and all those other assholes was the fact that they didn't want to face reality. Even when the goddamn truth was shoved in their faces, they didn't accept it. They saw how much abuse I took from Akan every day. You saw how much shit I took. But did you admit that there was a problem? Did anyone see that it wouldn't work out? No, they didn't. And do you know why? It's because everyone made fucking excuses. And the worst excuse of all was defending aka me. By this time, Ranma's words were being heard by people passing by and several of them stopped to listen. Akantendo. Eric growled. If there's one person that I hate most in this world, it's that self-absorbed bitch. You don't mean that. Like hell I don't. Right now, Eric's rage was hot enough to melt steel and the eldest daughter of Suntendo became very concerned. Was the Ranma she once knew truly gone? Day in and day out. I had to take all that crap. Eric snarled. It was supposed to be out of honor. Out of duty. Well, screw honor and duty. Nothing in this world would make me go back to that spoiled brat. But, shut up. I don't want to hear it. Your father and mine might have thought that we would come to love each other, but that's bullshit. There never was anything between us. There never will be anything between us. Do you know why? Do you know the fucking reason why? I'll tell you why. It's because nobody, especially Akan, knew what love was. I wasn't anybody's fiancé. To Akan, I was just some possession that was handed to her by my father, your sister and you. What are you talking about? Shit. You can't be this dense. Akan never had to go look for a fiancé. The engagement gave one to her. She didn't have to do anything. And once she got it, did she give me any fair treatment? Fuck no. She never did. She just assumed that I belonged to her. She would always treat me like low-grade garbage. She would hit me whenever I did something wrong. She would hit me whenever another girl would look at me. She would hit me if I looked at another girl. Hell, she'd hit me for no reason at all. She never had any faith in me. Not one shred of faith. She would always be ready to assume the worst about me. She'd jump to the wrong conclusion every time. That's not totally true. Kasumi protested. There were those times when she tried to help you. Only because she believed that something or someone was going to take away her property. Namely me. When it was over, she'd go right back to abusing me. If that's her definition of love, then she can go eat shit for all I care. I never hit her back because of my honor code, but you don't know just how many times I wanted to smack her. Kasumi desperately tried to regain control of the situation. I don't understand why. Eric wouldn't let her. Of course you don't understand. The reason why you don't understand is because you didn't want to face up to the truth. Instead of realizing the problem and trying to fix it, instead you just made excuses. And I hate excuses. But, no buts. It's nothing more than the truth. Whenever Akan would hit me, what would you say? Ranma mimicked her voice. Please, Akan's not that bad. She's just a violent maniac. He then continued on. And whenever I got mad at Akan in front of your father, does he try to find out why I'm mad? No. He says, don't you hurt my sweet little girl, and goes into that demon head of his. And how about my father? It's a matter of honor, boys, so don't whine about it. And it went on, and on, and on without any end in sight. Everyone saw that there was a problem, but nobody wanted to admit that there was a problem. And that's when they started making excuses, especially when it involved Akan. What are you? What I'm saying is that since everyone kept on making excuses for her, Akan never had any reason to change. You kept on saying that things will work out in the end, instead of telling that bitch that it's wrong to hit someone with enough force to crush skulls, for something as trivial as name-calling. That stupid father of yours kept on defending her, even when it was clearly her fault. Everyone kept on saying, oh, that's alright, Akan, or it's no big deal. Since everyone kept on taking her side and assumed that I was always at fault, Akan never changed. Everyone kept on making excuses for her, and she never had to take 1/1000th of the crap that I had to take. But you're not being fair. Akan is really... There you go again. You're making an excuse for all the things that she did to me. Did you ever stop and think about all the things that I had to endure? I had to eat her cooking while everyone else, including her, ate better. And everyone made the excuse that since I was her fiancé, I had to eat it. And whenever she hit me, even when I had nothing to do with it, did anyone say that it was wrong? No. They took her side. They always took her side. Sometimes, even complete strangers took her side. And whenever something went wrong for Akan, did anyone ever try to find out the reason? No. They just made more excuses, assuming that it was my fault because I was there. Nobody ever thought Akan could be at fault. Akan was the perfect little princess who could do no wrong. There was no reason to blame her. Yet another excuse. She had no discipline when it came to other things. She always assumed that she'd get it right on the first try. And when she failed, everyone would lie and say that she's getting better, when in fact she got worse. More excuses. Did she ever improve on her cooking? No. Did she ever get better at sewing? No. Could she even do something as simple as follow a recipe that's laid out for her? No. She couldn't cook. She couldn't sew. She didn't keep house or even help out with finances. In other words, she was absolutely useless except for breaking things and abusing me. What did I have to do? I had to save her from every lunatic that kidnapped her. I had to take all of her abuse. I had to let Nebiki make money off me to help with the finances. I was the one who had to suffer while AKA never had to do more than keep on hitting me. Right on, brother. A boy from Ranma's school in the crowd said. You tell like it is. Another agreed while giving him a wave. Kasumi tried to say something, but Eric wouldn't let her. She would hear everything he had to say. Ranma was on a roll and there was no stopping him. Excuses, excuses, nothing but fucking excuses. Akan never got punished for anything bad. Nobody told her that what she was doing was wrong, so she kept on doing it. She was left uncontrolled and not once did anyone tell her that she was wrong. Hell, even I made excuses for her, saying that it didn't matter every time she hit me. Well, it does matter. It matters a fucking lot to me. But Kasumi began but was once again cut off. And not once was she ever sorry for anything that she did. When was the last time she ever apologized? You're not being fair. Not once. Not fucking once did Akan ever say, I'm sorry. Even when it turned out that it wasn't my fault, she never said that she was sorry, because everyone simply made excuses for her. They said that it was alright, it didn't matter or it was my fault. It didn't matter when I got hurt, as long as they kept Akan happy. Kasumi was rendered speechless as she thought back. Ranma was right on that account. Akan had never apologized for her actions when Ranma was not at fault. She never had a reason to say I'm sorry, because everyone gave the reasons for her. In other words, they made excuses for her acts of violence, mistrust, snap judgments and jealousy. It was at that moment that the eldest Tendo daughter realized why Ranma had left Nerima. Ranma nodded as he saw some comprehension in her expression. I'm tired, Kasumi. I'm tired of people who do not want to take responsibility for themselves and just make excuses for their actions. I'm tired of being the fall guy for things that aren't my fault. I'm not making any more excuses, nor am I going to take any more excuses. I tried to make it work. Kami-sama knows I tried. But it's not going to work. I realized that I was just making an excuse, thinking that things would be better and letting all those times that Akan abused me go by as if they were nothing. Well, there is no excuse for taking all that crap and not fighting back. Nobody should take kind of shit. Knock some sense into that bitch, the next time you see her. Another boy cheered. By this time there was a sizable crowd around the ramen stand. Even a few girls in the throngs were starting to take Eric's side. Ranma continued on. To hell with my father and all those bullshit excuses about the family honor. I'm not listening to any more excuses. Not from my father, not from your father, not from your sisters, and not even from you. I've had it with excuses and I won't take any more of them. You go, Eric. Ranma turned to see Brody and Diner cheering him on as well. Even though he held those two dopes in the lowest regard, at least they had an understanding. He turned back to Kasumi, who looked like she was on the verge of tears. I stopped believing in the excuse that things would turn out all right, when I knew that things weren't going to get any better. I stopped believing in the excuse that Akan would change, though I knew that I was only fooling myself. And I stopped believing in the excuse that it was all for honor, when it did nothing but serve my father and yours. All they wanted was to keep Akan happy long enough to unite the schools, and they were quite happy to put all the blame on me, while making excuses for Akan's actions. They just didn't want to face up to the fact that it wasn't going to work. Instead, they just made up more excuses. They did it so much that I think that they started believing those lies. They didn't want to take responsibility. They didn't want to get involved. They just ignored the problem and made more excuses. Eric, I don't know what to say. I didn't know. Don't hand me that. You're not that ignorant. You knew, Kasumi. Ranma's eyes took on a very harsh glare. I can see that. Nobody could have missed all the pain and hurt that she caused to me. Especially when a lot of it was done right in front of you. You knew all along, but like everyone else, you decided to disregard the problems and make an excuse for not doing anything about them. Like father, like daughter. You probably believed in those excuses about family honor and that it will all work out. Well, am I right? At this point, from behind a nearby sushi stand, Lisa and Gala were listening to every word as Eric added out with Akan's sister. The Archer girl began to have a better understanding on why Eric had been so bitter when he came to Hiroshima. As for the Tattoon priestess, she redoubled her resolve to be by her beloved side. I don't want to hear it. Eric cut her off once again as he stood up. I told you, I don't want to hear any more excuses. And like I said before, I'm never coming back. I don't hate you completely, Kasumi. You were one of the few people in Nerima that showed me any kindness, and I thank you for it. However, I don't like excuses, even from you. I don't care about that stupid pledge. And I don't care about AKA. But I don't care about AKA. I don't care if some other guy wants her. I don't care if she gets kidnapped. I don't care if she gets beaten up. Do you get it? I don't care if she lives. I don't care if she dies. I don't fucking care. Kasumi was now shocked beyond all comprehension at Ranma's new attitude. It seemed that when he left Nerima, the part that was connected to her family had been permanently severed. Eric then calmed down a bit. And now, I'm giving you and everyone else fair warning. Leave me alone, or I won't be responsible for whatever happens next. Sayonara. Wait. Kasumi got up, but by the time she stood up, the martial artist had already leapt high and lost himself into the crowds. The brown-haired girl found herself standing in the midst of a huge crowd with no sign of her sister's former fiancé. She then began to weep as Ranma's words came back to her. You knew all along, but like everyone else, you decided to ignore the problems and make an excuse for not doing anything about them. It wasn't entirely true. Kasumi had tried to get Akan to be less violent and even made her promise not to strike out in anger. Once, Akan had long since broken her promise and Kasumi had not reminded her of it. In other words, she simply made the excuse that things would work out on their own. Ranma was right. All the abuse that he had endured could not be justified and Kasumi should have done more to stop it. It was a good thing that their mother was gone. If she were alive today, Kasumi suspected that Kimiko Tendo would have died in shame from seeing how Akan had turned out. Her sister had been left with little control and she had been spoiled. People such as her father, her sister Nebiki and even outsiders like Ryoju would always come to her defense. Ranma would especially be protective and would take most of the lumps. And what did Akan usually do in response to such devotion? She would hit him. What kind of gratitude was that? Akan had been sheltered and catered to, while never having to answer for any mistakes that she made, especially the acts of abuse that she put on her betrothed. At that moment, Kasumi felt that she had failed as the surrogate mother for letting all of this go on for so long. When their mother had died, it had been her duty to help her father raise her sibling right. However, when trouble came about, Kasumi had simply chosen to be oblivious and rationalized that everything would be fine. Basically, instead of addressing the problem, she made excuses, just like her father and his friend. No wonder Ranma hated her in that respect. Kasumi sunk to her knees with her face in her hands, weeping even more. Akan never said it. Her sister was willing to do so. I'm so sorry. Atsuko gave a low whistle after Ranma had vanished into the crowds. Well, you would have to admit, he raised a lot of valid points. I certainly wouldn't have taken half the things that he had endured. I didn't know that Eric felt that way. No wonder he never wanted to talk about his past life. Nodoka said. No kidding. I wouldn't have wanted to talk about it, If all that happened to me. The fact that Eric didn't lash out at that abusive girl shows that he does have a lot of patience and control. Nodoka nodded as she motioned for her sister to follow her, leaving Kasumi to wait. I think that I'm beginning to understand you, Eric. So are you done with them? Gala asked as she and Lisa met up with Ranma, a few minutes after he had left Kasumi. The Tattoon girl had left both Nebiki and Akan running on a wild goose chase before rejoining her beloved. Eric shook his head. I may have gotten through to Kasumi, but there's still Akan and Nebiki to deal with. I'm afraid that we're going to have to head home. Oh, can't we stay just a little longer? Gal pouted. Mumber, Ranma replied coldly. He knew that things would erupt into chaos if Akan, her father or his father were to find him here. He'd prefer to confront them on his own terms. That meant that he needed to prepare. Lisa had the good sense to keep her peace. Can we at least stay for the fireworks? Gala pleaded. Eric was silent for a long time as he considered the Tattoon priestess' request. The fireworks display was one of the things that she had been looking forward to seeing at this festival. It was becoming dark and the show was going to start in a few minutes. He finally nodded while letting off a tired sigh. We go straight home after that, got it? Yay! Gala gratefully hugged him. Eric was deep in thought as he considered his options. If the Tenbos had come here to Hiroshima, then that meant that Nebiki somehow managed to track him down. She would be the only one with the resources to do it. Therefore, he could only expect that she was going to attempt to force him back under her thumb. Well, Ranma may be easy to manipulate, but Eric was a different story. He had been planning for this eventuality for some time now, making a few phone calls to certain people in Nerima and calling in old debts. This time, Akan's mercenary sister was going to find out that her usual tactics were not going to work on him. As for everyone else, well, he had a good idea that Nebiki had sold out information on his whereabouts to them. He would just have to cross those bridges when he came to them. Things were going to get very hairy very soon, and Eric needed to take out as many of those headaches as he can. It was at that moment that the skies was suddenly lit with bright colors and patterns. The air became filled with whistling noises and the sounds of crackling explosions. The people all turned their gazes skyward to enjoy the show. There were many oohs and ahs among the spectators as they viewed the pyrotechnics. Gala and Lisa became delighted at the spectacle, and seeing their happy faces made Eric begin to think that coming to the festival was actually worth it. Tentatively, he reached out with a hand toward Gala. As Nodoka and her sister were enjoying the fireworks display, she happened to glance toward a certain direction and saw Eric standing nearby with a couple of girls. She smiled as she saw that one of his hands was clasping a blonde girl's and he moving closely to her. Ranma's mother correctly assumed that she must be Eric's love interest. In her mind, Nodoka acknowledged this as the final proof of Eric's manliness. So that's the one, eh? She's beautiful. I can tell that she's the one for him. I must meet with her. Oh, if only Ranma had the same kind of good fortune that Eric has. After Ranma and Gala had dropped off Lisa at her home and returned to their apartment, Eric wasted no time in getting his plans for Nebiki and her family into motion. He picked up the phone and dialed a certain number. Hello? Tokyo Police? Listen, I have some evidence concerning some criminal activities in the district of Nerima that you have not been able to solve. And I also have proof of their connections with some recent underwear thefts in Hiroshima as well. All those panty raids that have been going on here can only be that old freak's work. I also have some evidence about certain individuals who had been hiding a known felon and acts of racketeering, underage pornography, illegal wiretapping, extortion, blackmail and bribery. I have several witnesses in Tokyo who are willing to testify. I'm sure that all those people that Nebiki had fleeced will want a piece of this. Ranma paused as he spoke with the officer on the other line. If you want to get more proof, you can contact me at this number. To be continued. Author's notes: I decided to hold off on the big blow-up until next chapter or so, as I wanted to have it out with a few things that had bugged me about the Ranma/Akan relationship of the original series. The thing is, people always seemed to take Akan's side and never Ranma's, even when he had nothing to do with it. And I kept on hearing nothing but excuses for her, while Ranma had to face the music every time. Furthermore, I never heard Akan ever say, "I'm sorry," except at the end of the manga. Having an abusive stepmother who never apologized for whenever she hurt me for no reason, nor admit that she was wrong, I can understand that. People who never had that experience on a daily basis simply don't consider that fact, especially with the Akan lovers. Throughout the series, Akan simply does not apologize for any acts of violence she commits, nor does she admit that she was wrong. She usually says things like, "You're such a liar, Ranma," or admit it, "You were wrong." She won't hesitate to gloat or show her superiority. And the fact of the matter is, the rest of the Tenbos and even Ranma end up saying, "It's alright, Akan, forget it," or "It doesn't matter." Let's face it, she's spoiled. To me, it does matter, and to this Ranma, it matters a lot. I find this story to be good therapy, like Sky Saber finds his story. Shampoo's revenge as something to vent out one's feelings. However, I'm not going to go too far, and some characters from the Nerima gang will be saved. For those of you who think that I went too harsh on Kasumi, just remember that she's not perfect and that obliviousness of hers can be annoying at times. I didn't have Ranma strike her, but she needed to be confronted with the truth in a way that even she can't ignore. Perhaps this might finally get her to see the real world and realize that there are some things, though unpleasant, have to be acknowledged and accepted. That's the rewrite for Chapter 7, and though Nodoka is still unaware that Eric is really her son, she now has a bit more understanding of him and why he acts this way. Things are really going to get intense once she does realize the truth. What's going to happen? Well, that is a secret. This rewrite also introduced Nodoka's sister Etsuko and gives some background on their family as well as what they thought of Genma. The added reasons as to why Eric abandoned his old life filled out some of the gaps left by the original. I also wanted to make the chapter with more emotion. Chapter 8 Chapter 8 An eye for an eye. Tattoon Ranma disclaimer. I didn't do it. I swear. Thoughts Chapter 8 An eye for an eye. Are you sure that you don't want me to, Gal asked as she watched her beloved prepare to go off to his job at the coffee shop. It's okay, Gala. Eric replied. I'll be fine. It had been a week since Ranma's fateful encounter with Kasumi Tendo and he had been extremely quiet since then. During that time, Eric had learned more about tattoo magic and had even mastered a few simple spells. Of course, he still trained as a martial artist, but was now incorporating his newfound skills into his fighting style. As he continued to improve himself, he began to slowly, but surely break away from the anything-goes martial arts. As he no longer considered himself as Genma's son, he had decided to create his own personal fighting style. If his opponent didn't hold back, then he saw no reason to pull his punches either. He wasn't interested in flashy moves or taunting his adversary. He was not brutally efficient and would use whatever moves were necessary to bring his foe down. In that way, his enemy would know that he was dead serious in a fight. The cockiness and arrogance was gone, and in its place was an attitude that had zero tolerance for the crap that Ranma had endured in Nerima. For the most part, the anything goes was based on the principles of thievery, lying and trickery. Therefore, Eric had decided to throw out the old codes. To hell with Genma's hypocritical sense of honor, gluttony, greed, and his habit of making his son take the blame for his father's crimes. That no hitting girls policy, even when they truly deserved it, also sucked. The overly flopped sense of pride was discarded as well. As of now, it didn't matter what gender his opponent was. No one was going to force him into anything. His engagement to Gala was the only exception, for the tattooed girl gave him the faith and understanding that Akan and all those other fiancés never had. Eric's new codes were simple and straightforward. He belonged to nobody. If you keep your promises and honor to him, then he would keep his. Don't bother him and he won't have to hurt you. Piss him off. Then it will be your funeral. Gala is still a bit worried as she asked, but what if that awful Nebiki person finds you? You told me that she's the most likely to find out where you work and live. Then she'll. Eric shrugged. I'm counting on it. What? He then gave her a small smile. Let's just say that this meeting has been long in coming and after all that I had to go through in Tokyo, it had finally gotten through my thick skull on how to handle her. The answer was so obvious, and I should have kicked myself for not realizing it sooner. Nebiki isn't as smart as she thinks she is, and she's really predictable, and she's no more than a minor itch to be scratched. The only reasons why I didn't do it before was because of my stupid pride, and letting other things keep me from doing what needed to be done. I'm taking control of my life, and I refuse to let her screw it up for me now. But it's okay, Gala. I'll be fine, and after today, I'll have one less headache to deal with. So don't worry, alright? Hey, how about teaching me more about my Tattoon powers when I get back? No problem. The Tattoon priestess leaned forward and gave Ranma an affectionate peck on his cheek. This time, the martial artist did not flinch. Just as he reached up to stroke the spot, a new symbol formed on his skin for a moment, then faded away. Gala nodded as she noted the new secondary tattoo, which had been a rough, triangular shape and it had 3 lines radiating out from it. Your new tattoos are forming nicely. Take care. Ranma nodded as he headed off to work. As he walked down the street, his thoughts went back to a certain, money-grubbing, unscrupulous Tendo daughter and all she had done to him, and what she was most likely going to do to him when she met up with him again. Not this time, Nebiki. Not now. Not ever. It had taken him a week to set the stage for this event, and he was certain that Nebiki would not soon forget this day. After her beloved had left, Gala found herself pacing their apartment, still worrying over what he would do in his encounter with Nebiki. She then shook her head, dispelling those thoughts. Eric had assured her that he would not harm Nebiki, physically at least, and the Tattoon priestess had complete faith in him. Trust was important to maintain a good relationship. That was something that Akan never had with Ranma and gave Gala a substantial edge. Gala then decided to do some grocery shopping to keep herself occupied. She went into her room and began changing out of her normal tribal wear. Since coming to Hiroshima, Eric had taught her some new clothes, since she couldn't keep going around in her school uniform or her usual tattoo outfit. She picked out a simple white blouse with a denim skirt ensemble and walking shoes. After changing clothes and brushing out her hair, she took a look in a full-length mirror and nodded before getting her purse and heading out the door. When she had left her village to search for Eric, her father had given her a sizable amount of gold and jewels for traveling expenses and such. She had converted some of that fortune into currency and had opened up an account. The priestess then headed out the door toward the shopping district. 3 blocks away, some time later, Nebiki was sitting near the counter of the coffee shop, and was sipping on a cup of tea as she waited for Ranma. According to her calculations, he should be arriving for work in about 5 minutes. She looked about and saw that the establishment was fairly secluded and was certain that her business with Ranma would be secure. There was no one else around aside from a vagrant in a trench coat that was sitting at a table a few meters away. In any case, Ranma was just a dumb jock that was obsessed with martial arts. Always had been, always will be. He didn't know squat when it came to anything else, and she could always play on that inflated ego of his. He had nowhere near the intelligence to have gotten away from Nerima all on his own, and she already knew about the part the Furankin Computer Club had played in making him a new identity. That in itself can be played as one of her trump cards to force him to return. Her head perked up when she saw someone enter the front door. She nodded as she saw who it was. His hair had been cropped short and he now sported an X-shaped scar on his forehead. But that was Ranma, no doubt about it. He was dressed in a formal dress shirt and slacks, which was probably the standard uniform of the coffee shop. He waved to the manager, who was behind the counter, who in turn greeted him. "Hey, Eric. How's it going?" "Not bad. Anyone here for me to wait on?" Eric replied, as he saw Nebiki out of the corner of his left eye. "It's been pretty slow, so you can just go and refill this lady's tea." The manager gestured to the Tendo girl as he also gave Eric a slight shrug of his shoulders. Eric nodded as he walked over to her and said in a very polite manner, "Hello there. I'm Eric and I'll be your server for today. Is there anything I can do for you?" Inside of him, he was trying extremely hard not to show any disgust for the middle Tendo daughter. Nebiki smiled at the loaded question as she turned to face him with a smug grin. "Why yes, there are a couple of things you can do for me." "Ranma." Eric showed no change in expression as he said, "Excuse me. I think you had mistaken me for someone else." "Oh, there's no mistake." Ranma showed him the shopping district. Bella decided to stop at a restaurant to have some tea before going home to begin cooking dinner for her Eric. Setting down her bags of groceries, she sat down at a booth and ordered for some green tea. As she waited, her Tattoon senses began alerting her of some presences that reminded her of Eric. She wondered just what or who was giving her such strong impressions. She began fine-tuning her perceptions, causing the tattoo on her forehead to faintly appear. Since the presences were nearby, she didn't have to bring out the full power of the mark. She looked about and when she pinpointed the source, she looked out of the corner of her right eye and saw two women sitting at a nearby booth. At that particular booth, Nodoka and Itsuko were enjoying their tea when the younger sister suddenly got a kind of feeling that someone was watching them. Nodoka looked about and caught sight of a certain someone that she had seen at the festival. "Oh look! There she is." "Who?" Atsuko asked. "The one from the festival. It's Eric's girlfriend." She gestured with a finger in Bella's direction. "Oh?" Atsuko looked to where her sister was pointing. "Oh. Well, she might not be Eric's girlfriend, you know. But I'm certain that she is. I saw how she was around him during the fireworks, and she fits the description that Eric's company workers had given to me. Let's go see her. I've been wanting to meet her for some time now." "Now hold on, sister. Even if she is Eric's girlfriend, it's not really any of our business." Nodoka, however, wasn't listening as she got up and took hold of her sibling's hand. Atsuko found herself being dragged out of her seat and pulled toward Gawa's booth. Eric's workplace. Eric simply shrugged his shoulders. I'm sorry, but my name is Eric Kobayashi. I had no idea who this Ranma person is. By now, Nabiki decided that it was time to take control. Oh, you can just drop this whole charade, Ranma. I know who you are and everyone is going to know where you are. Now, are you going to come quietly back to Nerima, or must I make your life a living hell in Hiroshima? Lady, I don't know why you think I'm this Ranma person, but there are laws against people who make threats. Nabiki gave off a small laugh. She couldn't believe that Ranma was actually trying to stand up against her, the Ice Queen of Furinken. How amusing. Oh, come on now, Ranma. We both know that you're going back, and there's not a blessed thing you can do about it. She then gave him one of her taunting expressions. Do you know that Akpo's I and our fathers are here? HMM? And so are Yukio, Shampoo, Cologne and all the others who are just dying to get their hands on you. You caused quite a stir when you went and left Nerima. Now I can sell them the information on where you work and live or what? Eric asked, though he knew what the answer would be. Or you can simply come back to the dojo. Do you know that Kuno is hungry for photos again? Even those pictures I took of Akan in the bath aren't enough and he really wants to see his big-tailed goddess again. I still don't know why you insist that I'm this Ranma guy. But don't you think that taking pictures of someone naked without their permission, let alone forcing someone into it, is illegal? And besides that, blackmail and making threats is also against the law. Nabiki snorted at her main source of income. And what brought this on, Ranma? You think that you're going to tell the police? Especially with no proof? Do you think that the Nerima police is going to care what you could say to them, especially with your curse? They haven't done a single thing since you came to our house, so what makes you think they're going to do anything now? They're all just a bunch of idiots who'd rather not get involved. Oh, I don't know. Eric shrugged. I think the main reason why they didn't get involved was because they didn't have any solid evidence to go on, especially with that underwear thief and certain people who were too afraid to speak out, mostly because of you. And what are you implying? Nabiki began to get the feeling that Ranma wasn't the least bit concerned about his situation, but she was certain that she held all the cards. I'm saying that you must have pissed off quite a few people with your schemes, especially this Ranma person that you think that I am. I would say that people were probably afraid that you'd reveal certain secrets about them, which made it easy for you to fleece them of their hard-earned money. As far as I can see, you're nothing more than an opportunistic parasite. Sticks and stones, Ranma. Nabiki commented with an off-handed wave. I'm merely conducting business. You mean blackmail? I like to think of it as enforced payment collection. Underage pornography. It's simply supply and demand. Demand that you created in the first place, by offering the buyers a free sample, then getting them hooked. You're no better than a drug dealer. I'm simply an entrepreneur. Nebiki replied casually. I just saw a potential market and helped it along. Kuma would have demanded for those photos of his fierce tigress and his big-tailed goddess sooner or later. And how about all those people that you blackmailed? The computer club, half the Furinkan teaching staff and nearly all the students at the high school? Digging into their personal lives is an invasion of their privacy, you know. Nebiki gave a nonchalant HMPF as she said, I really don't think that reminding me of what I've already done is going to do you any good, Ranma. Like I said before, you don't have any proof, and even if you did, no one would believe you. So what are you going to do? Beat me up? I know you more than you know yourself, Ranma. You won't hit a girl, and even if you did, I can simply have you up on assault charges. You seem to think that you know everything about this Ranma person, except that for the fact that I'm not him. Go ahead, Ranma. Keep on denying. You're just digging that hole even deeper. No, cop, this is none of our business. Atsuko whispered as she and her sister approached Gala's booth. Her sister continued to ignore her sibling as she smiled and introduced herself to the Tattoon girl. Hello there. I know that we've never met before, but I've been wanting to meet with you for some time now. The blonde-haired girl quickly made her forehead tattoo disappear before looking up and smiling at the two. Oh really? Atsuko's sister nodded. I believe that we know the same person. His name is Eric Kobayashi. Oh, you know my Eric? The question was actually unnecessary, since Gala had already detected the spiritual connection between this woman and her boyfriend. The other woman had a somewhat lesser connection to him, but she could feel that she was strongly connected to Nodoka. She correctly assumed by this and their physical resemblance to each other, that they were related. She also noted that Nodoka had the same gray-blue eyes as her Eric. Interesting. Nodoka nodded. Yes. He happens to be my favorite server at another cafe. I had heard that he had a girlfriend. His friends tell me that she had beautiful blonde hair and a wonderful smile. When I saw you with him at the festival, I just knew that you were her. Gala smiled warmly as she motioned for the two women to sit down. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Gala. My name is Nodoka and this is my sister Atsuko. Back to the other place. Eric glared at the mercenary sister of the Tendo clan. When he had first seen her, he had a small hope that Nebiki still had a shred of decency left in her. However, whatever humanity she had left, had either been thrown away for greed or hidden so deep that it may as well been lost. So it was with a little regret that he had to remove her from his new life. Akan's sister noted Ranma's long silence and felt that she now had him backed into a corner. She didn't think it would hurt to gloat a bit more before driving the final nail of the coffin. Nothing more to say, Ranma? Well, I don't blame you, considering that you don't have any choice in the matter. Now, shall we get back to the dojo? I'm certain that Akan is anxious to see you again. Actually, I do have a few things to say, Eric said as he crossed his arms on his chest. You, Nabiki Tendo, are the coldest, most vindictive person I have ever met. Like I said, Ranma, sticks and stones. I just can't believe that anyone would so casually disregard the feelings of others and use them as pawns, just to fill one's own purse with their money. As I said before, it's just business. And how about the fact that Akko's eyes, aka the underwear thief, is being sheltered at your home? That's no concern of mine, Ranma. It's your job to keep him under control. And besides, the betting pools I have with your fights with him are also good money makers. And how about those people who are forced to do your dirty work of spying and racketeering? A few hundred yen in simple wagers is nothing. But I hear that a lot of people owe you thousands. Hundreds of thousands, actually. But what's the difference? It was their fault for gambling in the first place. In any case, this reminiscing of old times has been fun, but I still haven't heard your answer, Ranma. Old times? You're still doing it even now. Nabiki gave an off-handed wave. Yes, yes, yes. It's been a very profitable 18 months. Well, except for the time when you left Nerima, but I figure that a few choice photos of your other self and some provocative lingerie should be enough to recoup my losses. Now then, Ranma, what's it going to be? One last thing, Nabiki Tendo. Already, Nabiki had gotten bored with Ranma's pathetic attempt to match verbal skills with her. Oh, very well, Ranma. I'll humor you. But then I expect to hear your answer. Oh, you'll get my answer. Now, my question is, do you have any regrets whatsoever of what you had done to this Ranma person and all those other people that you had hurt with your schemes? Soon's middle daughter was silent for a long time, then replied, as I said before, Ranma. That was all business. I did what I had to do. Eric nodded as he said, well then, it looks like I must do what I have to do as well. Back to Gala. Gala and the two sisters enjoyed each other's company as they conversed about a certain ex-card martial artist. The Tattoon priestess, however, couldn't get over that feeling that Nodoka had an especially close bond with Eric, even though she said that she had only met him a few months ago. The blonde girl was tempted to use her powers to probe deeper into Nodoka's psyche, but with the two sisters sitting across from her, they were bound to see the tattoo appearing on her forehead. So how long have you known Eric? Nodoka asked. Sister, you shouldn't be so nosy. Atsuko scolded. Gala waved it off. Oh, I don't mind. I just love talking about my Eric. Tell us all about him. Nodoka asked, giving Gala her full attention. The girl took on a thoughtful look. Well, I'll have to admit that he wasn't exactly what I had been expecting when I first met him. He was rough, abrasive, and wasn't afraid to speak out his mind. Our first meeting was a little rocky. A little rocky? Atsuko asked with a bit of a teasing tone. She remembered Eric's discussion with Kasumi at the festival. All right, it was very rocky. Gala admitted. And it took a long while before he and I came to an understanding. But all those things that make Eric what he is today is what I love so much about him. Ah, I see. Nodoka nodded knowingly. She admired such loyalty and devotion. If only her son would be as fortunate as Eric to have such a girl by his side. Gala nodded as she continued. I know that Eric is hard to be with, but once you get to know him like I do, then you'd see that he's a good and kind person underneath that rough exterior. He's brave, he always looks out for his friends and he never backs down. He'll always do what needs to be done. The coffee shop. Then you're coming with me to Nerima, right? Nebiki asked with a smug expression, thinking that her moneymaker had no choice. Wrong. Ranma then turned to the vagrant who was sitting at the table on the other side of the cafe. Will that be enough, Officer Nagata? The vagrant nodded as he stood up and removed his trench coat, revealing a uniform underneath, specifically of the Tokyo Police. That will be fine, son, the officer said as he signaled to his partner. The manager quickly rounded the counter and flashed a badge while whipping out a pair of handcuffs. Nebiki's smugness disappeared as all the color drained out of her face. What is this? Now it was Eric's turn to be smug as the two officers came up to the table, blocking off the girl's avenues of escape. May I introduce you to Detective Nagata and Sergeant Tanaka of the Tokyo Police Department, specifically of the Nerima precinct? What? The Tendo girl gasped as she was roughly hauled up by the detective's partner. Officer Tanaka quickly grabbed hold of her wrists and moved them to her back before fastening the handcuffs on her. Nebiki Tendo, you are under arrest, the detective said. What? On what charge? Extortion, blackmail, illegal gambling, and underage pornography for starters. What do you mean? Where's your proof? Eric then replied. Oh, did I mention that our entire conversation has been recorded? The detective nodded as he signaled toward the door that led to the kitchen. Another officer appeared while holding a listening headset. Nice confession on your part, don't you think, Nebiki? Eric said with a knowing grin. You of all people would know the value of gathering information and evidence on a person. By now, Soon's middle daughter was in total shock. Ranma had actually pulled this off. He had outmaneuvered her. It couldn't be. It was impossible. Ranma didn't have that kind of smarts. Eric continued to gaze upon her as she was being taken away to the officer's undercover car. You can't do this to me. I'll get you for this, or me. Gala's beloved shrugged. Ranma Sodom. Never heard of him. Scene change. Eric isn't the kind of person who lets bad things get to him. He's very direct and once he does something, he'll follow through. Gala continued. Yes, that was my impression of him as well. Nodoka agreed. Truly a man among men. Oh please, sister. Let's not start that again. Atsuko was getting tired of hearing that man among men phrase. The Tattoon girl became confused at that statement, then shrugged. Even though Eric can get really angry, that's only because people don't understand him. He's been through a lot of things, a lot more than most people realize. Yes, I can imagine. Nodoka thought back to the festival and Eric's outburst toward Kasumi. But he'd never, ever hurt an innocent. The only people he has hurt were the ones that deserved it. Oh my. Atsuko remarked. Eric's girl then added, but he's starting to change. I've noticed it. He used to deal things with just his fists, but now he's trying to find alternatives. Back to Eric. Detective Nagata stayed as his partners ushered the suspect to the vehicle. I'd like to thank you again for helping the police. At first, we didn't believe you when you said you had some information concerning the underwear thief and rumors of racketeering near Furenkanhai. But when you started sending us those negatives and files, I'm just doing my duty as a concerned citizen, sir. Eric replied. Oh, I hope you will honor our agreement. The detective nodded. As far as we're concerned, you are just an anonymous tipster. The recordings and evidence you've provided for us is more than enough to build a case against Miss Tendo. In addition to the charges I've already mentioned, I'm pretty sure that we can also add harboring a known felon. Felons actually. The former Nerima resident corrected. There's one more bastard you can add to your list. His name is Genma. I'm certain that if you look back on past cases of unsolved petty thievery, you'll find his name and description. I've also got some evidence on him as well. Hold on a minute. He quickly walked over to a place behind the main counter. At that moment, the real manager of the cafe emerged from the kitchen. Is everything all right, officer? The middle-aged man asked. We're just finishing up here. Nagata replied as Ranma then returned with a large envelope, which he handed to the officer. Here. This should be enough evidence to nail Genma to the wall, and there are also some things you should know about Akko's eyes, the underwear thief. Thank you. The policeman looked into the envelope's contents and then gave Eric a confused look after seeing a photo of Akko's eye during one of his panty raids. It figured that Nebiki would have shots at him, in order to keep the lech from bothering her. This runt is the underwear thief. Don't let his looks fool you. He's a very dangerous and formidable martial artist. It's almost impossible to bring him down. However, I've listed his weaknesses, and if you follow that information, then you should be able to handle him. At the very least, he won't be able to steal and harass people with impunity anymore. The authorities will know who he is, and, alright. I guess you've given us much more to work with than what we had before. Oh, and I've also made a few other calls before you came here. In that envelope, you'll find a list of numbers of people that can help you in your case against Nebiki Tendo and the underwear thief. The detective smiled as he read the underlying meaning to Eric's words. I take it that you weren't the only one that she pissed off, eh? The ex-card martial artist smiled as he bid the officer goodbye. Thank you for taking the time to come to Hiroshima to hear me out, and set up this sting operation. Good day to you. The detective gazed on the team for a long time, taking in every detail of the martial artist. There had been stories of an exceptional fighter that had disappeared several months ago in Nerima. The tales of his fights and outrageous escapades had been the stuff of legends and myths. However, with his disappearance, all the chaos that surrounded him also vanished. And now this young man had just come out of the blue with information that could help the police solve some of the most mind-boggling crimes of that self-same area. It was so obvious that a cadet fresh from the police academy could have deduced the identity of their anonymous tipster. However, they had already made an agreement. In exchange for the information, files, photographic and audio evidence, the police would not ask about, nor call upon their informant. Not that it mattered. With the list of phone numbers that Eric had given to him, Nagata was certain that other witnesses could be found to testify against Nebiki and those other criminals. Sayonara, Kobayashi-san. The officer gave Ranma a polite bow and exited the cafe. Bow again. In the end, Eric is just trying to make himself into something more than what he was. He came to Hiroshima to get away from his old problems and start over. After what he told me about his old life, I don't blame him and I stand by him 100%. Nodoka and Itsuko nodded in agreement. From what they had seen and heard at the festival, they could believe it. Of course, they did not tell Gao that they had been eavesdropping. It was then that Itsuko glanced at her watch. Oh dear. Look at the time. Nodoka, we need to get going. The younger sibling nodded as they both rose to their feet. As they turned to head for the cashier, they bowed to Gala. It was a pleasure speaking with you, Gala, and I hope to see you again. Nodoka said. Same here, MS. I'm sorry, but I didn't catch your last name. Atsuko nodded as she replied. Our family name is Kobayashi. Kobayashi? Are you related to Eric? Gala wondered if that was the reason why she felt such a strong impression from their spiritual energies. She took a sip of tea. Nodoka shook her head. I would love to call Eric as one of our family, but Number Kobayashi is a very common name. Actually, I go by my husband's family name. My full name is Nodoka Sodom. At that point, Gala nearly choked on her tea. She quickly swallowed and took a deep breath as she looked up at the woman with a bit of shock. Is something wrong? Well, no. Nothing's wrong. Gala stuttered as she made the shocking connection. Eric had told her of his previous life as Ranma Sodom, and now this woman claimed to be a Sodom. With the strong spiritual essence being similar to Eric's, that meant, I do have a son named Ranma who would be about Eric's age by now. Oh, I would be very proud if he turned out to be even half the man at Eric Island, Nodoka said dreamily. Oh, I'm pretty certain that he will be. Gala said nervously. That last statement of Nodoka's had been the clincher and now she was at a loss of what to do. How do you know? Nodoka inquired. Gala shrugged while giving her a smile. Well, call it a hunch. With you as his mother, how could he not be? The two sisters laughed lightly at what they thought was a joke and bid the girl goodbye. A few minutes later, after paying the cashier for their drinks, they departed from the establishment, leaving the mystic girl alone with her thoughts. Gala knew that Eric wanted nothing to do with his former life, though he had never mentioned his mother. He unconditionally despised his father Genma. The Tattoon priestess became torn. She had just spent the last half hour talking to someone who was technically her mother-in-law. Now the real question was, should she tell Eric? She knew next to nothing as to what he felt toward Nodoka, though her initial impressions of her were favorable. She seemed like a very nice person and Gala had detected no malice or harsh feelings from her and she held her son in very high regard. What would be the harm of telling Eric? Then again, she had no way of predicting how he would react if she did so. Perhaps the reason why he never talked about his mother was because he hated her as well. The blonde girl sighed. She had wanted to learn more about her husband, but she now in possession of something that even he didn't know. She was going to have to give this a lot of thought. Later that night, at their apartment. So Nebiki is going to prison? Gala asked as she and Eric practiced some breathing exercises to help focus their Tattoon powers. Both were sitting cross-legged on the floor, opposite to each other. The priestess was in her tribal wear while her husband was bare-chested and wearing only a pair of silk pants. Gala's tattoos were prominently displayed. Ranma's secondary marks were glowing brightly, as well as the primary symbol on his forehead. The X-shaped mark had morphed into a symbol that was similar to the one that was on Gala's forehead. At present, he had 7 tattoos, 1 on his forehead, 1 on his right cheek, 1 on the back of each hand, with 2 on his right forearm and 1 on his left bicep. Eric nodded to her question as he took another deep breath. Like I told you before, I wasn't going to let that mercenary or anyone else screw up my life anymore. The police weren't the only ones I called this week. I got in touch with some people that she's blackmailed, and they've agreed to be witnesses against her. I also gave Detective Nagata a list of her associates, and I'm willing to bet that they'll testify against her to avoid getting criminal records. Nebiki had made a lot of enemies and very few friends. The High Priestess of the Tattoon tribe nodded as she noted that a new tattoo was beginning to form on Eric's chest, just above his heart. So, now you don't have to worry about her anymore. And I'm very proud that you handled her without having to fight or hurt anyone. Eric gave the Tattoon girl a sheepish smile. Well, fists wouldn't have worked against her, no matter how much I wanted to pound her for what she did to me. When I stopped and thought about it, I realized that Nebiki was nothing more than a penny ante operator, and that she was very predictable. I guess it was my pride which kept me from seeing that. She only got away with things for so long, because I never used my head. I was never prepared for anything besides martial arts, and she took advantage of that. When I finally got away from Nerima, I realized that if I wanted to get ahead in life and protect myself from those kinds of attacks, then I needed to learn how to fight without my fists. Gala nodded as she continued to listen. The mark on Eric's chest fully appeared and took a crescent shape. Ranma continued to talk as he felt more power flowing through his body as his ki realigned itself with the magic of the tattoos. Nebiki played on my arrogance and, yeah, I'll admit it, my stupidity. And since I learned to be an idiot from my father, I just didn't know how to stop her and I ended up being her money maker. But you won in the end, Eric. Yeah, I do learn. It may take a while for things to get through my thick skull, but I do learn. Nebiki underestimated me when we met today. She thought that I was still the same stupid jock that I was back in Tokyo. Well, I may not be able to get her for everything that she did to me, but the charges that are against her now should be enough. She's going away for a long time. Gala agreed. Eric nodded wholeheartedly. Once I got away from that crap in Nerima, I started to actually think about things and let go of that ego of mine. It's caused me nothing but trouble. I'm not concerned with being the best anymore. I just want to be the best that I can be. That's good enough for me. And I finally realized that I don't have to face everything by myself. It's really good to have somebody who's with me. You know? Gala blushed a bit and smiled, then decided to change the subject. So, what are you going to do when all those others come for you? I'll deal with them. I have a feeling that I'm going to need my new powers. They might be my ace in the hole. Gala nodded again as she and Eric continued their breathing exercises. At a certain hotel, Hiro soon screamed as he clutched the phone in his hand. Behind him, Genma wondered what was going on. Guess who just called from a jail cell? In their bedrooms, Akan and Kasumi looked up and saw their father shouting hysterically at the receiver. After her encounter with Ranma, the eldest sister had become reclusive and would not speak to anyone. As for Akan, she of course blamed Ranma for her sister's state of distress and promised to deliver immense pain to her wayward fiancé when she caught up with him. At another hotel, Shampoo, you must do all that is necessary to bring back your groom, Cologne said as she addressed her great-grandchild. Yes, great-grandmother. I will bring back Aaron, the purple-haired girl said as she prepared to go out in search of her husband. Cologne then stiffened as she began sensing a strange energy that was emanating from somewhere near the center of the city. The 300-year-old matriarch began to wonder just where she had encountered such power before. Then a chill went down her spine as a centuries-old memory came back to her. It couldn't be, could it? Then a word began echoing in her head as the energies she felt became even stronger. Tattoon. Back at Eric's apartment, Gala had decided. Her beloved had a right to know and trust was very important not in a relationship. Eric? Yeah, Gala. There's something that I need to tell you. Meanwhile, the girl in a hooded cloak watched the setting sun from a rooftop. It had taken her some time, but she had finally tracked down her quarry. Soon, she would have her revenge against the high priestess of the Tattoon tribe. With a wave of her hand, she invoked a spell as a mystic tattoo appeared on her forehead, causing her to disappear from sight. To be continued. Author's notes for those of you who are wondering. Yes, this time around there was no bloodbath, but that doesn't mean that there won't be more in future chapters. As for my solution to the Nebiki problem, well, I figured that once Ranma realized that he doesn't have to handle everything by himself, then using the law to help him wouldn't be out of the question, right? As for the charges of pornography, yes, it's true that Japan has looser rules concerning nudity and such, but remember that it is always with the consent of the people involved. I asked a friend of mine who works with a Japanese officer and he told me that as long as it is with the consent of the persons involved, then the law isn't that harsh. However, did Nebiki ever ask for Ranma or Akan permission for those photos? No. She either took them without them knowing it, or blackmailed them. Furthermore, she sold those photos to Kuno and any other pervert, thereby inciting more trouble for Ranma. In real life, such action can be charged, even in Japan, as invasion of privacy, as well as pornography of minors without any consent. And just remember, Nebiki is 18 now and can be tried as an adult. Even though Ranma's curse does make a difficult case in court, the little sting operation and Eric's preparations should be more than enough to at least give Nebiki a criminal record, which will make her life even harder. Getting a job may be all but impossible in Japan with a criminal past. Well, enough about this chapter. In Chapter 9, Shampoo and Cologne will soon learn just how powerful Eric has become, and we'll also see the final confrontation between Takozai and our new Ranma. That takes care of the final rewrite of the 8 chapters. I've been having writer's block with Chapter 9 and the rewrites of the previous parts have helped me get over that. As for what's going to happen next, well, you'll just have to wait. Chapter 9 Chapter 9, Ranma vs. Takozai, and it's in Tattoon Ranma disclaimer. Say what? Thoughts Chapter 9 Ranma vs. Takozai, and it's not going to be pretty. Eric? It was late that night as the Tattoon High Priestess found her beloved leaning against the railing on the balcony of their apartment, while gazing absently at the starry sky. Only a few short hours ago, the former heir to the Sodom School of the Anything Goes martial arts had gotten the mercenary daughter of Sun Tendo arrested on charges that would most likely result in a long prison sentence for her. At the time, it had felt good to have finally gotten back at her, but now he started wondering if it had been right to destroy her future. Then again, she wouldn't have hesitated to destroy his plans for a new life, by forcing him to return to his old one. "Are you alright?" Gao asked gently. "Yeah, I suppose," Eric answered with a bit of hesitation. "So, why are you looking so unsure?" Is it about what you did to Nabiki Tendo? No. Yeah. Well, that's part of it. What do you mean? Everything is so different from what I had back in Nerima. Are you saying that you want to go back to that? No. Hell no. Ranma stiffened up as he shook his head. Why would I want to go back to all that crap? Gala breathed a small sigh of relief. Then, what's bothering you? You did the right thing by calling the police and exposing her for what she was. She's not going to cause trouble for you anymore. Yeah. It's just that things have changed so much, and I find myself doing things that I never did when I was just Ranma Sodom. I knew that things weren't going to be the same when I erased all my files at the National Register, and set myself up as Eric Kobayashi. Even though I completely let go of my past, it seems that my past doesn't want to let go of me. Now, all of my troubles are coming back to me like a boomerang, and he was silent for a long time, as he thought back to the time that Ryoga had found him, and all the events that happened afterwards. I feel as if I'm losing sight of who I am. I feel as if I'm starting to lose control again. I know I'm not Ranma Sodom anymore, and I believe I'm Eric Kobayashi, but the things that happened to me are making me doubt that. Talk to me, Eric. Tell me all about it. Ranma could only smile, as he was still amazed that someone was actually willing to listen to him, and a girl no less. When I thought Ryoga, I was so consumed with rage that I didn't care about what I was doing to him. If you hadn't stopped me, I would've killed him. At the time, it wouldn't have made the slightest difference to me if he lived or died. I just wanted to pay him back for all the suffering and pain that he caused to me. I thought that by beating him to a bloody pulp, I could make all of that pain go away. Now that I thought about it, I realized how empty I felt afterwards and how hollow that victory was. That pig had no right to have hurt Brody or attack me for those stupid reasons of his, but still. Eric's voice trailed off as he sighed. Gala nodded, then said, I understand what you're saying, Eric. Up until now, the only way you could fight back was with your fists. You've told me of your life and I have a pretty good idea of what you were like before I met you. Really? Gala nodded as she made the symbol on her forehead appear for a moment. Remember, you and I have a very special bond. That bond allows me to understand you more each day. Before, you only knew of what your father taught you and you were never given a chance to decide for yourself. Now that you've abandoned those lessons, I think you're a bit uneasy at the fact that whatever choices you make now will affect your future. I guess. Ranma replied slowly. Deciding for myself and doing what I want is a kick. It's just that I'm a bit afraid that the choices that I have made or will make may be the wrong ones. You'll never know unless you make them, Eric. That's what being able to make choices is all about. If you make some good choices, then there's no sense in worrying about them. If they turn out to be bad ones, then at least you will learn from them and not make the same mistakes again. You did make some good choices after your fight with Ryoga. You could have killed Moose, but instead you spared him and had him arrested. If he isn't put in prison, he'll at least be permanently deported. You didn't lash out at that Kasumi person with fists, but with the truth about her family. And I'm especially proud of how you handled that Nebiki, by having her trap herself with her own words. Yeah. Well, I'm still a bit, about this marriage thing. I wasn't exactly given a choice about that. Heck, I was only a year old when it happened. So was I. The Tattoon girl became a bit fearful as she asked, "So, are you still?" Ranma blushed a bit as he said, "Well, to tell you the truth, out of all the fiancees that I've had arranged for me, you're the only one that I really like having around. Even more so than I ever did with that bitch Akan." He silently added. Gala smiled as a bit of red tinged her cheeks. Ranma then became serious again as he continued to stare out into the night sky. "The others are out there and I will have to face them, sooner or later." "Well, you won't face them alone, Eric." She then quietly took his right arm and moved close to him. When he didn't flinch or back away, she moved closer and said quietly, "Like I said before, I'll always be on your side." The ex-card martial artist was silent for a long while. Then, slowly but surely, he moved even closer to her as they gazed at the stars. Gala then decided to ask him about what she had told her beloved earlier. "Eric? I was wondering." The former Shodan sighed and nodded. "You were wondering how I felt about her, right? She is your mother, after all." Eric shrugged. "Yeah, so what? So, aren't you going to tell her that I'm really her son?" "Mumber, why not? Why should I? I'm not a part of the Sodons anymore, remember? Besides, my mother is just as dead to me as my so-called father." "But Eric, 10 years, Gala. It's been over 10 years since I saw her and not once did she ever try to find her only son. Doesn't that tell you something? But she left me to Genma. To me, that's even worse than being abandoned." "Eric, you're being too harsh. I've met and talked with her. She appears to be a very nice person. HMPH. And what do you think she'll say if she finds out that her favorite waiter is really her son? She'll tell Genma and bring trouble down on top of me that much faster. I'll deal with him, but only when I'm ready and on my terms. Still, you shouldn't deny your mother." "What mother? She hasn't been my mother for over a decade. She was never there when I was sad. She was never there when I was lonely. She wasn't even there when I was hurt. She was never there, period. She just left me to Genma. I don't give a damn as to why she did that. As far as I'm concerned, she's nothing more than a stranger to me. I'm not going to make things more complicated by telling her the truth. Things were fine as they were, so I'm going to leave it at that. Eric. And I don't want you telling her either. Promise me." "I can't." "Promise me." Gala looked into his eyes and saw not hatred but absolute sadness. She couldn't stand to see him in that state, so after a long moment of silence, she nodded her head. This was something that her husband had to work out on his own. The very next day at school. "Hey Eric, what's up?" Tyner asked as he and Brody came up to their sometimes friend. "New thing that I want to talk about," Eric growled, giving the two fair warning not to press their luck. Gal sighed behind him and hoped that his current mood would change soon. She began to worry that he was again sliding toward depression and potentially explosive personality. She hoped that it wouldn't come to the same situation as it had been with Ryoga and Moose. At that point, the two boys decided to change the subject. "Hey Eric, did you hear the latest news?" Tyner asked. "What?" The former son of Nodoka and Genma replied with total disinterest. "Someone has been stealing a lot of women's underwear for the past week," Brody said. "What did you say?" This had caught Eric's attention as he had a feeling that he knew who the culprit was. Who else could it be? A lot of women had been reporting to the police that somebody has been going around at night and swiping the bras and panties off their clotheslines. Tyner related. "Whoever this guy is, he must be one sick puppy," Brody remarked. It was at that moment that Lisa appeared to join in the conversation. "Whoever this pervert is, he's not going to get away with it." The bow-wielding girl emphasized her words by holding up her weapon. "I almost brought him down last night." "What are you talking about, Lisa?" Tyner asked. Lisa gave the boys a smug look as she told them of the events of the previous night. Flashback. Lisa was quietly meditating in her family's training hall. In front of her kneeling form was her bow. Her eyes were closed and her head was bowed down. A quiver of arrows was slung over her right shoulder. She had just finished a long session of target practice. On the other side of the training hall was a small target with more than 20 arrows stuck about its center. It had been a good night. Down on the streets below, Taco's eye was cackling with glee. He was in his usual outfit for his nightly panty raid, and a large bag of unmentionables was slung over his back. Even though Ranma wasn't around to prevent him from his usual perverted antics, Happy had found that stealing women's underwear in a new city had its appeal. There were just so many new varieties and locations that the ancient lecher couldn't resist and was hard at work, building a new collection. At that moment he caught sight of a very nice pair of pink panties that was swaying on an outside rack. Woo-ho! Come to Happy. With one great leap, Taco's eye reached out to snatch his latest treasure. FFFFFFDDD. THOK. The old lecher stopped suddenly and pulled back his hand. Just a heartbeat before an arrow suddenly appeared and embedded itself in the wooden support beam beside the clothes rack. If he had moved an instant slower, then his hand would have been skewered. "Whoa! What's this?" The ancient pervert turned and saw a very angry heir to the Fujinatsu School of Short-Range Archery. "So you are the underwear thief that's been stealing panties and bras for the last week. How dare you invade my home with your perversions? Prepare to die." "Now wait a minute. Don't get so upset over one little pair of panties. Happy began but was cut off when Lisa began launching arrows in rapid succession like a submachine gun. Not expecting such a hostile reaction and being weighed down with his night's work, the master of the anything goes martial arts was bidden prepared for the barrage. He evaded each arrow without getting hit. His large sack of unmentionables, however, was not as lucky. FFFFFDDDD. RIIIIIIPPPP. No. All my pretties. As always, Genma assumed since it was a total slave to his perversions. As soon as all that underwear spilled out, he instantly forgot about his situation and went scrambling to retrieve them. Unfortunately for him, whenever he became distracted, he became an easy target for even non-martial artists. Lisa was quick to take advantage of Rako's eyes' lapse in judgment. Even worse for him was that his back was turned and he was bending over to pick up the underwear, presenting the girl with an irresistible bullseye. At that instant, she launched her special 1,000 neck-rending arrow. FFFFFDDDDDD. The old martial artist tried to dodge, but he didn't quite make it. THOK. 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 Taco's eye ran off in a flash, clutching at the seat of his pants and forgetting his bundle of purloined panties. Lisa was left standing with a smile on her face. Though her wash had gotten caught in the crossfire and had been shredded, the loss had been worth it. End of flashback. I'm sure that underwear thief got the point, Lisa said with a smile. Eric's mouth became a straight line after hearing this. There was no doubt about it. Lisa had encountered Taco's eyes, though Eric could imagine that the old pervert was having a hard time of trying to sit down at this moment. However, this incident would probably have made the little runt even madder and Dallas' husband could only expect more trouble. At a certain hotel. OW. Taco's eye winced as he gently lay down on his belly on the bed. He had spent the night removing the 5 sharp spikes that had found their way to his posterior. Even with his rapid healing, it was going to take him a couple of days to recover. He hadn't expected that arrow to explode into a swarm of metal, barb-tipped slivers. However, the most infuriating part of that panty raid was the fact that he had been forced to abandon an entire night's work. As the old lecher winced and groaned, while trying to think of a way to recoup his losses, soon was bawling his eyes out. After hearing that his daughter was now in jail, the emotional martial artist had been crying non-stop over how the arrest was marring the Tendo name. Furthermore, there was no way that they could pay for Nzabiki's bail, and the evidence against her was so overwhelming that it was very likely that she was heading for some prison time. They were even more shocked to hear that Ranma was the one who had turned her in. After hearing the news, Akan was blaming Ranma for their predicament, and was promising immense pain for when she caught up to him. As for Kasumi, she had tried to console her father, but with no such luck. However, unlike before, she was not saying that things would work out. After her encounter with Ranma, no, Eric, she had finally come to terms with reality. It was now obvious to her that he wanted nothing to do with her family and that it may be best to leave him be. She had suggested to her father to give up on the pledge to unite the schools and head back to Nerima. However, both Genma and Soon proved to be more stubborn than a herd of mules and maintained that despite what had happened to Nebiki, the schools must be joined. Genma was unwilling to abandon his dream of a long and luxurious retirement, and soon was blinded by pride and obsession. Things were now getting to the point of no return and dire consequences would soon be felt among the Tendo clan. At this point, Eric had come to a decision. Instead of waiting for Hakozai to find him, he decided to take the battle to the old lecture. With that in mind, he began to plan. After taking out from a drawer a small notebook that contained certain phone numbers, he went over to the phone and began dialing. A few moments later, a person answered. "Hello? Hello? Detective Nagata?" Eric said. "I have some more information concerning the whereabouts of the infamous underwear thief. He's here in Hiroshima. I may be able to help you in apprehending him." A few days later. "Eric? Are you sure about this?" The person who had been Ranma Sodom nodded as he prepared to head out. "It has to be done. Sooner or later, I'm going to have to confront him. I'd like it to be much later or never, but this is something that can't be ignored. I could help." Gala began, but was stopped when her beloved held up a hand while shaking his head. "No. That little gnome thrives on groping females and underwear. It would be best if you weren't anywhere near him. The last thing I'd want is for him to lay his grubby hands on you." Eric said this with a hard edge to his voice. "This fight's been long in coming. It's time that I settled things with that lech. If he's really as formidable as you've told me, then you could use my help and—" Eric shook his head again. "It's okay, Gala. I do know his weak spots. Also, I've gotten a lot better since I left Nerima, plus I have these to fall back on." He raised his hands, while letting his secondary tattoos appear for a moment. Gala was still worried though. "Be careful, Eric. Don't force those secondary tattoos. Let them come out gradually, otherwise you might strain yourself and cause damage to your body." "I'll be okay," the ex-card martial artist assured, then gazed for a long time at the Tattoon priestess. He still couldn't get over the fact that someone was actually on his side, and was a girl to boot. When he had left Nerima, he had practically sworn off all females. In just a short while, the blonde girl had not only gotten him to open up again, but had established a place in his heart. There was no denying it anymore. She was now a part of him and he could not stand the thought of her coming to any harm. She was special, of that much he was certain. although he was still unwilling to admit to himself that she meant more to him than all of his former fiancés combined. At least he could depend on her for support when he needed it. Seeing the concern in her eyes, Eric then did something that he had never done before with Akan or any of the other girls. He leaned forward and gave her a small kiss on the forehead. For one brief moment, the marks on their foreheads appeared and glowed in tandem, signifying their bond. Then Eric left to face the one who had caused him much turmoil in Tokyo. Gala could only watch as her husband departed. She silently prayed to her tribe's deities to keep him safe. A few dozen blocks away. WHO. What a haul! What a haul! After recovering from his encounter with Lisa, Takozai was back to his usual antics, trying to make up for lost time. However, he was so confident that no one would be able to stop him, that he was throwing caution to the wind and was stealing underwear in broad daylight. And in this case, that was a great error in judgment. As he darted back and forth between houses, snatching bras and panties from their clotheslines, he was unaware that he was being tracked. The police departments of Hiroshima and Tokyo had been working together, and had set up numerous hidden camera and stakeout positions throughout the areas near Eric's school and workplace. They had been lying in wait for several days, and it had only been a matter of time before they began making sightings of the little pervert. Since the ancient Grandmaster was so intent on his collection, he was not aware that he was under surveillance. The police knew who he was and the evidence was now piling up. Detective Nagata nodded as he saw Takozai bounced by his unmarked car. Everything was going to plan as he radioed his fellow officers. It would soon be up to Eric to spring the trap. The hooded stranger paused as she stood on a nearby rooftop. Something was happening. On her forehead, a mystic tattoo appeared, alerting her of the presence of someone, with energies that were on a similar wavelength to her own. Could it be Island Abdallah? No. It's someone else, but I can feel the connection to her. It could be the one that Abdallah had been promised to. This bears looking into. After contemplating the matter for a few moments, the girl decided to investigate. She made another tattoo appear on the back of her right hand, then vanished. Takozai was having a ball. Nothing could stop him from beating his all-time personal best, especially since Ranma wasn't. SHOM. RIP. The old lecher was taken completely by surprise when a bolt of light appeared from out of nowhere and tore a gaping hole in his bag. His purloined female unmentionables went flying. No, not my silky darlings. Now one would think that he would have learned from his previous errors. But Takozai was too set in his ways to change now. Like a conditioned reflex, he focused all of his attention on retrieving his load of stolen underwear. And that was when he was sent flying forward when Eric suddenly came up from behind with a flying sidekick. WHABOM. The ancient pervert shot like a rocket, and slammed hard into the side of a laundry truck, smashing into the cargo hold. Taco's eye found himself buried under piles of undergarments, but of a different type. Now this particular truck had just picked up a load of laundry from a prison, specifically a prison full of men. And none of those prison uniforms, socks, shirts and underwear had been washed in over 2 weeks. One can imagine what was happening. Yuck. UGH. Gross. I can't breathe. Let me out of here. Eric smiled as he waited for the weakened Taco's to emerge from the truck. He knew from experience that the old lecher's main source of energy was from fondling female flesh and their underwear. The feel and smell of male flesh had the opposite effect, draining him of his power and made him even more vulnerable. Though he hated the little pervert, Eric still considered him a formidable opponent, and weakening him first would help in bringing Taco's down for keeps. The police had thought it strange that he would request a truck full of unwashed men's clothing, but they did as he had asked. It was all part of the plan. To make certain, he quickly gathered up all the underwear that Taco's had dropped and tossed them into a nearby car trunk, which happened to belong to an undercover cop. It wouldn't do for the runt to have any chance to recharge his batteries. Several other police officers were hiding in strategic locations, just waiting for the signal to go in and arrest the criminal. Taco's came sputtering out of the back of the truck, throwing off socks and other articles of clothes that had stuck to him. ICK. There's nothing that makes a person sick like the smell of a man. I'm so dizzy. I need my pretties. Tough. You ain't getting any. Taco's knew that irritating, cocky voice. He looked up and his eyes narrowed as he beheld his former disciple. The new hairstyle, different clothes and the scar on his forehead did not fool the old lecher. The aura was the same, both had a bit more enchantment about it than Taco's remembered. He assumed incorrectly that it was the Jews and Kyokers. You! Eric shrugged as he stood with his arms crossed. Yeah, it's me. The old pervert then smiled evilly as he realized that he didn't need his bag of underwear. A good groping of Ranma's female side would be even better than a week's worth of panty raids. Well, so I finally found you. Eric showed no fear, nor concern as he took a stance. I had a feeling that you were the one behind all those recent underwear thefts. Eric then snorted. Who else could it be? Taco's shrugged as he also took a stance. Hey, a guy's got to keep in shape, right? I almost beat my old panty raid record until you came along. What Taco's didn't know was that his words were sealing his fate. The undercover officers had also set up several hidden cameras and audio recorders around the area. Irrefutable evidence was building up against him. Now then, how should you pay for ruining my fun, HMM? Taco's taunted. The ancient lecher did not bother Eric in the slightest. Gal's beloved knew exactly what he was thinking about. Well, he was in for quite a shock. I know. Taco's said in mock inspiration. You'll simply come back to the dojo and let my cry in your ample bosom oh, say for the rest of your life. You think can make me? Then come on. Eric dared. Taco's eye leapt at his former student, intending on the quick knockout, then splash with cold water and grope. However, as he neared Ranma, he realized that he was a lot slower and that he was feeling some slight nausea. Coordination was off and he didn't feel as much pep as he had before being in that truck. Oh, those stinky clothes must have weakened me more than I thought. I better. Taco's eyes had just gotten out his pipe to try and flip his opponent, but Eric had long since learned from his mistakes and had anticipated the move. Feinting to the left, then spinning about in a roundhouse kick, he avoided the pipe as Taco's eye reached out to try and hook his arm with it. Eric's foot came around and slammed hard into the old man's back. This sent the master of the anything goes back into the laundry truck. Why you ICK. Taco's eye felt more of his strength draining away. Eric went into another stance as he prepared for his adversary's next attack. He was so focused on dealing with his foe that he did not notice that someone else was watching. High above on the roof of a nearby building, the stranger had appeared and gazed down toward the street. She nodded as she pulled down her hood and revealed an attractive face with red hair. Gala's older sister Kander smiled as she watched the events unfold. Interesting. I can sense Tattoon power from this one, but I also sense my sister's essence as well. It was then that she noticed the scar on Eric's forehead. So, my little sister is married now. Well, I think I just found a way to get at Gala. Down on the street, Taco's eye realized that he was in trouble. Ranma wasn't fighting like he used to. His former disciple had abandoned his flashy, airborne styles for more direct and brutal tactics. He wasn't fighting recklessly or letting his cockiness or pride get in the way. He was all business. There were far less openings in his defense and each move was now more calculated. The preparation with the laundry truck was a good example that the boy was thinking more on strategy, rather than trying to dazzle him with style. A large amount of Happy's ki had been drained, and Ranma wasn't giving him any chance to recharge. Is that all you've got? You hit like a girl. Happy taunted. WHABOM. Lucky shot. Bet you can't do that again. Whack. You're 1,000 lifetimes too early to beat me. THOP. Maybe you should turn into a girl. That was the only way you could beat me. Wham! 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 Crack! The old pervert went tumbling back again. The founding school of the anything goes martial arts mirrored Genma's fighting style. It relied heavily on getting one's opponent mad and therefore careless, but Taco's eyes foe wasn't snapping at the bait anymore. He had thrown several taunts and such at the ex-card martial artist, but Eric simply ignored them and concentrated on pressing the attack. With his perversion-fueled ki at low levels, Takozai began to feel fatigue far sooner than he usually did. He needed a breather. HAPPO fire burst. However, just as he was about to throw his patented fuse bomb attack, Eric thrust out a hand and the tattoo on the back of his hand appeared, causing a blast of wind to appear. The ancient pervert was caught totally off guard and was sent flying back, along with his bomb. Guess where they landed? Yuck. ICK. ICK. No more. That was when the bomb went off. KBOM. Takozai was sent flying upward, along with several articles of dirty laundry. When he came back down, he was absolutely pissed. As he glared at Eric, he wondered just how he had done that wind technique. The old lecher was familiar with the Hiroshima, but the boy had not led him into a spiral, nor kept calm. In fact, his aura was burning hotter than ever. It's time we settled things, once and for all. Eric growled. You're going down. Getting into a ready stance of his own, the ancient master began channeling what little of his perverted ki he had left. He wasn't going to be defeated by some snot-nosed punk. However, he wasn't certain if he had the strength. Things began to seem even grimmer as Eric's tattoos began to appear. Huh? Wait a minute. Since when did Ranma have tattoos? And why do I sense more magic emanating from him? It seems to be coming from those markings and... Oh no. Tako's eyes widened as he realized something. That wind technique that Eric had used had taken Tako's eye by surprise, because it had not been based on ki, but rather on magic. There was no mistake about it. Ranma had somehow gotten a hold on some kind of mystic energy and that gave him a distinct advantage. Just as Takozai realized what he was up against, Ranma's aura flared, and then the martial artist disappeared from sight. Takozai looked about, trying to discern his foe's position, but his key senses were at low ebb, due to the dirty laundry, and detecting magical energy was far more difficult. Crunch! The pervert let off a scream of pain as Eric suddenly reappeared behind him and shot out a kick. The ancient lecher had tried to dodge, but his reflexes were slower and his opponent had correctly guessed which way he would try to evade. The foot connected with the junction of Happy's left knee, causing it to be dislocated. Happy rolled away, favoring his left leg and tried to escape. However, Eric wasn't going to let him as his tattoos flared again and released more power. Another gust of wind was summoned, causing Happy to be tossed into the air again. This time, the air pressure created a hard pressure which hit like a battering ram. Eric leapt up and thrust out with his right leg, aiming for his opponent's face. With the power backing the kick, Happy knew that this was going to hurt as he braced for impact. WHOMP. It did hurt. Ranma's blows were packing far more power than Happy had remembered, since the last time they had fought. He landed hard on the pavement. Whatever magic Ranma had gotten a hold of was somehow boosting his personal power. Either that or his battle aura had gotten more potent since he left Nerima. The ancient martial artist had just barely gotten to his feet when Ranma charged in. Wham! 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 Several more blows cut through Happy's rapidly degrading defenses. He had to credit his former pupil. Usually, Happy's speed was his greatest asset, to make up for the short reach of his limbs. Then there was the inhuman strength and endurance that he had from his perversions. The dirty men's underwear had sapped his speed, strength and reflexes enough for his opponent to have an advantage. Added to the fact was that he knew some kind of magical spells. Happy tried several more of his techniques against Eric, but they weren't enough. Ranma had experienced many of the latter's maneuvers during his stay at the Tendo Dojo and had long since learned from his mistakes. Every move he attempted, Eric would have a counter. Every time he tried to snag him with his pipe, Eric would dodge, then strike back. Eventually, one hit snapped the pipe in two, thereby shortening Tako's eyes reach even further. He attempted the interdimensional warp technique and faded from view. However, there were three problems. First, he couldn't attack when he was like that. Second, it drained his ki even further. And third, he couldn't hide from Eric's mystic senses. With one hard roundhouse, Eric's fist connected at what seemed to be empty air. Wham! Genma and Soon's master reappeared and was sent flying into a wall of a nearby building. This time, Eric's foe couldn't ignore the pain as he got up again. He running out of tricks as Eric advanced to finish him off. Tako's eye found himself getting desperate. If this battle continued to drag on, he'd be the loser. However, he still had his ace in the hole. Now if he could only get into position. Mustering up his remaining stores of energy, he threw out another fusee bomb. Eric simply swatted the explosive away. The bomb blew up harmlessly to one side, thereby providing a slight distraction. Tako's eyes then disappeared from sight. Gal's beloved wasn't fooled by the ruse. His tattoos came into sight again and his aura flared, just as Tako's eye appeared behind him and reached out for a spot on Eric's back. Tako's eye felt as if he had run into a raging inferno when he hit Ranma's battle aura. He felt his skin suddenly flare in pain as he was sent flying backward, landing hard on his back some 20 feet away. He looked down and saw that the front of his GI was charred and he now sported several serious burns. He looked up and saw his former student once again approach him. "Not this time, you little freak," Eric growled. "I'm not about to let you drain my strength with that Moxibustai on point again." He held up his hands and cracked the knuckles. "It's over." It was at that time that Candor decided to intervene. Raising a hand and making the tattoo on it appear, she then directed her energies at Eric. Eric could taste the impending victory. He had worn the old ledger down and Tako's eyes bag of tricks was almost empty. However, just as he was powering up his aura and Tattoon powers for the final assault, A sharp stabbing pain flared in his head. All of his tattoos began glowing like hot coals, especially his primary mark. In an instant, Eric felt as if he was in hell as his body started convulsing. He held his head and thrashed about as the pain began to increase. Candace smiled. The connection between her sister and this man would soon have Gala making an appearance. Eric's apartment. Gala's head suddenly came up as the mark on her forehead appeared. She shivered as the sensations of pain and anguish from Eric nearly flooded her entire being. Eric was in trouble. Gala got up and immediately cast a spell to transport her to her beloved's side. Tappos I wondered why Ranma had suddenly stopped when he was about to achieve victory. He didn't understand what was going on, but he wasn't about to let an opportunity slip by. As his adversary convulsed in pain, the old man got up and staggered toward his helpless target. With one leap, he touched a spot on Ranma's back and activated the Moxibus on point. Eric let off another scream as he felt the strength in his body leave him, which made the pain in his body even more unbearable. His hands clenched, his head even tighter as it felt as if it was about to burst. On the roof, Candace smiled. It wouldn't be long now. She then looked down at the person that Eric had been attacking and got another idea. Directing some of her energies at Akpo's eyes, she began infusing him with added power, thereby healing his injuries and replenishing his stores of ki. The ancient master of the anything goes wondered why his body wasn't feeling any more pain and that it was feeling stronger than before. He smiled evilly as he naturally assumed that he was getting his second wind. Now Ranma would pay for disrespecting his master, and with his strength currently removed, Eric barely had time to raise his arms to defend when Happy shot forward in a jump kick. However, with no strength, the martial artist was sent flying backward and slammed into a nearby parked car. Not so feeling so high and mighty now, are you, Ranma? The pervert taunted. The ex-card fighter knew that he was in trouble. Gala appeared nearby and saw her husband in severe pain. She began running toward him. Eric. It was then that Akpo's eye spotted her and launched himself at her ample bosom. HODCHA. Come to Happy. However, the Tattoon priestess was far from helpless. As soon as the little lecher came close, she instinctively put up a protective barrier, causing him to be deflected away. However, when it came to pretty girls, Taco's eye wasn't one to give up so easily. So come on, sweetie. Don't be mean. He then launched himself repeatedly at the shield, only to be turned away each time. By now, Eric could stand no more. He didn't know what was causing this pain, but it was secondary compared to what was happening now. Even the loss of his strength meant nothing. That pervert was daring to force himself on Gala, the only person in which Eric cared about the most. She was the only person who ever listened to him. She was the only person who understood him. That was it. Taco's eye was dead. Summoning up the strength that he never knew he had, Eric let off a roar of pure rage as his battlord exploded. This made all the police officers in hiding back off from the sudden burst of light. The entire city block was lit up like a solar flare. This event caused the old lecher to pause in his attempt to grope Gala. He turned and saw Ranma glowing with an aura like the sun's corona. New tattoos began appearing all over his body as the current ones also became visible. His face contorted in a mask of pure anger, all focused on his tormentor. Candor let off her own cry of pain and staggered back. She had never expected such feedback and she was forced to sever the connection. She looked down at her sister and her husband and watched the confrontation reach its climax. Gala gasped as she realized what was happening. Eric, don't force them. However, Eric was beyond reason at the moment as more tattoos appeared. On his back, the mark of the Moxibustion point smoked a bit, then disintegrated as another secondary tattoo appeared. His tattooed powers were rejecting the foreign symbol and its effects. Eric's strength returned all at once as he charged at his foe. Taco's eyes smirked. Ranma's aura was impressive, but with his strength gone, there was no way he could hurt him and WHABOM. Taco's eye received the full force of Eric's punch in the kisser. He slammed hard into a street sign, causing it to snap in two. Before he even had time to think, Eric plowed another fist into his chest, causing 3 ribs to buckle and snap. Even though Happy had gotten some of his strength back from Candor's spell, it wasn't enough compared to a rage-enhanced Ranma, especially when he had Tattoon power. Eric began dishing out punishment on a level that made Ryoga and Medusa's beatings seem trifling, all within the span of a couple of heartbeats. His speed and power were mind-blowing as he took Genma and Soon's teacher apart. Wham! Broken right arm. Crack! Crack! Both legs. WHOMP. Ruptured spleen. Crunch. Broken left arm. Whack! Whack! THOP. Wham! Various face bones. Wham! Wham! Nearly collapsed ribcage. Wham! 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 How many of Taco's eyes bones had Eric not broken? After several more hits, Eric held up a bloody Taco's eye by the front of his GI and snarled, "Don't ever touch BALLA." He then cocked back his fist to deliver the final blow. "No, Eric. Please. T.O.N.D. do it." Once again, Gala's voice of reason penetrated Eric's haze of rage and anguish. However, it took several agonizing moments before he unclenched his fist and let the battered lecher fall to the ground in an unconscious heap. Then he too fell to the pavement. The tattooed priest ran to her beloved's side, knelt down and cradled his head in her arms. She held him close to her and whispered to him, "SHHH. It's all right, Eric. It's all over. I'll take care of you." Eric opened his eyes and smiled weakly at her. Then he asked in faltering voice, "Did I win? Did I beat him?" Gala nodded. "Yes. You won. Now hush." Save your strength. Eric chuckled a bit. Oh, it hurt him to do so. I did it. I finally beat that old freak. He then lapsed into unconsciousness as his tattoos faded away. The area began to dim as the light of his aura also faded away. Gala used her mystic senses to check on Taco's eyes condition. After making certain that he wasn't going to die, she then remembered what Eric had told her about him. She decided on some measures to ensure that the old pervert would never again cause trouble to her husband. With a simple gesture, she drew a mark on Taco's eyes forehead, which then faded into his skin. She nodded as she then invoked a second spell to make herself and her beloved vanish, leaving the master of the anything goes to his fate. Candor had seen enough. It seemed that both her sister and her husband were stronger opposition than she had originally believed. She would have to give this some more thought. She then faded from herself. The police officers had just begun emerging from where they had taken cover during the sudden light show. When they came into view, all they could see was a devastated landscape and only Taco's eye in a broken heap. Eric was nowhere in sight. Detective Nagata and his group slowly began approaching the battered form of their suspect. When they got to him, they saw that he wasn't going to get up for a while and decided this was the best time to take him in. A few officers went over to handcuff him as Nagata turned to his partner Tanaka. Did anyone get any of that on film? The sergeant shook his head. Whatever that light was, caused the cameras to develop static, but the recorders did catch the first part of the suspect's confession. That and all the other evidence that we've got on him, plus all the witnesses back in Nerima should be more than enough to nail that little sucker to the wall. Well, I guess that will be enough. I wonder what happened to Kobayashi. I don't know, but he really went overboard back there. I think he went too far in subduing the suspect. We may have to issue out a warrant. Leaves him be. What? I said leaves him be. But sir, may I remind you of the deal that he made with the chief? In return for the information about the underwear thief and other criminals in Nerima, plus any aid in arresting them, he was to be given full immunity from any and all investigations about him. That was the deal. Yeah, but do you think we could have brought down the underwear thief by ourselves? Tanaka paused for a moment, then shook his head. The police had been trying for over a year with no luck. Nagata nodded. Thanks to him, we'll be able to close several hundred unsolved cases of petty theft and other more serious crimes. I think we can bend the rules this one time. He didn't kill anyone and we don't have any solid evidence against him, do we? Well, Mumber, Tanaka had to agree. Since the cameras had nothing but static and none of the other officers witnessed the beating, since they had the light had blinded them all. Like I said, forget about Kobayashi. He's already done more than his fair share as a concerned citizen. Nagata silently added. And I've seen that look in his eyes that he's already been through a lot of pain. He doesn't need any more trouble. Well, okay. You're the one in charge of the operation. Nagata nodded as he added, "Oh, and remember about the information that Kobayashi gave us. The suspect is to have zero contact with anything female. That means no bras, panties, or women. Make sure that only male officers are assigned to guard him until he's fit enough to stand trial." Roger. At the apartment. Oh, my poor Eric. Gala had laid her husband down on the futon and was currently tending to his wounds with her healing powers. The damage to his body had been extensive, due to the sudden emergence of his new secondary tattoos. Instead of letting his tattoos come out naturally, he had forced them to appear, thereby straining his body to its limits to overcome the moxibustion point. His ki had also been severely taxed and it would take a while for his stores to replenish and stabilize themselves. However, the greatest injury of all was to his very soul. The Tattoon priestess had been concerned with Eric's mental and emotional stability for some time now. For a while, she had thought that he had begun to gain control over his anger, but today he had nearly lost it all again. The road to recovery was going to be an uphill battle. As she continued with her ministrations, she began detecting the faint traces of someone else's spiritual essence. She started to suspect that someone, other than the people from Eric's past, was the cause of him losing control. She gasped as she recognized the mystic signature. Candor. It couldn't be. Could it? Gala knew that if her sister was in Hiroshima, then that meant more trouble was on the horizon. If she was responsible for putting her husband in such a state, then the younger sibling had to be very careful when she confronted her. As she did all that she could to heal Eric's wounds, she leaned even closer to the unconscious martial artist and whispered lovingly in his ear, "Eric, whatever happens, I'll always be with you. I love you." She then finished with her spells and decided that rest would be the best thing for him at the moment. She then got up and went to the kitchen to prepare some herbal remedies for when he would awaken. She did not see Eric opening his eyes slightly as she walked over the kitchen. As his eyes gazed upon a blurry image of her, he replied in the quietest of whispers, "I love you too, Gala." Eric then slipped back into unconsciousness again. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, when the title said that it wasn't going to be pretty, it wasn't, for both Rappy and Eric/Ranma. As you can see, not all of Ranma's confrontations with the Nerima crew are going to be just simple beatdowns. With the appearance of Gala's vengeful sister, things are going to start heating up. Chapter 10 Chapter 10 Sins of the Past. Tattoon Ranma. Disclaimer. Once upon a disclaimer. Thoughts. Chapter 10 Sins of the Past. The day after the fight with Rako's eyes. "I'm not helpless and I feel fine," Eric said gruffly as he tried to get up. "Ow, ow, ow." However, his Tattoon girlfriend shook her head as she gently pressed her significant other back down on the futon. It was a simple, gentle push with her right hand on his chest. Normally, that would not have stopped Eric, but the injuries he had sustained during his battle with Rako's eyes had made his body extremely weak and sore. The High Priestess had no problems in holding down her beloved and keeping him from further aggravating his wounds. Using a simple spell of restraint, she then went about the business of adding an herbal salve to his torso and arms. Eric found himself unable to rise. Currently, he was only clothed in his dark pants. You are still in no condition to exert yourself, Eric, Gala warned as she applied the white substance to his well-defined pectorals. When you forced more of your secondary marks to appear, it nearly tore your body apart. This special salve I made should ease the soreness and help speed up your recovery. The martial artist's nose wrinkled at the smell of the medication. Ew. This stuff reeks. It may smell bad, but it's good for you. Why can't you just use a healing spell, like you did before with Brody and me? You didn't have any trouble after I pounded Ryoga. Gala shook her head again. Structural damage I can mend, but your injuries deal with Tattoon power this time, and that's trickier. I managed to repair some of the damage, but it will take a while before your body replenishes the energies it used up when your new secondary marks were forced to appear. This medicine will relax your muscles and ease the process of adapting to the new marks. I'm not helpless. I can. Gala immediately shushed him by placing an index finger over his lips. She leaned forward and tenderly kissed his primary mark before adding more of the salve. Eric soon calmed down as he realized that the blonde girl was not going to brook any more arguments. He sighed in defeat and his face took on a softer expression. All right. You win. For now. The High Priestess smiled in triumph as she finished administering the salve and went to wash her hands. She returned to her love and knelt down beside him. She took a quick glance at her handiwork and nodded. The salve was already working its way into his flesh, and his body was giving off indications of a slow, but steady recovery. Key levels would take some time to restore themselves, but she could tell by her own mystic senses that her husband's body and spiritual essence were accepting the new secondary marks. Once they were completely assimilated, they would begin synchronizing their power with the marks that were already established. Overall, her beloved was well on his way to realizing his full Tattoon abilities. On that thought, she decided to pose a few questions to him. Eric? Yeah? Why did you force your new tattoos to appear? You could have died. What happened? The fighter that had formerly been known as Ranma Sodom pondered her questions for a moment before answering. I don't know. Something happened yesterday. I'm not sure exactly, but something made my Tattoon powers turn against me. I was just about to finish that little pervert off when my body suddenly heated up and I lost control of my arms and legs. I never felt such pain. It felt as if I was being torn from the inside out. I have a feeling that I know who it was. Gala silently thought as she nodded for him to continue. Then that freak managed to nail me with the Moxibus tie on point. What's that? It's a pressure point that takes away a person's strength, making him as weak as a baby. It leaves a small mark on the back. I had it once before, but there is a release point that could restore my strength. The problem was that only that old ghoul cologne could do it, as far as I knew. The Tattoon High Priestess nodded as she remembered him telling her about the Amazons. Eric continued. When I saw that little pervert trying to grope you, I just lost it. I wanted the strength to stop him and kick his ass so hard, I didn't care what happened to me. So I just focused everything I had into my tattoos and, you know what happened after that? Gala nodded again as she tenderly placed a hand on Eric's cheek. You inadvertently forced new secondary marks to appear in order to augment your existing ones. Most likely they rejected that moxibustion point and cancelled out its effects. That was very dangerous. You could have killed yourself, I guess, but I couldn't stand the thought of that little gnome touching you and... He felt his cheeks redden a bit at this admission. Gala felt tears of happiness well up in her eyes as Eric admitted that he truly did care for her. However, she quickly turned her head and blinked away the tears before facing him again. Unknown to him, she had heard him admit that he did love her. She had wanted him to say it again, but decided not to press him until he was ready. She felt the desire to embrace him hard and never let go, but in his injured state, that would not be the wisest thing to do. Instead, she settled for another light kiss on his forehead. So you really do care. She gave him her most brilliant smile. Eric couldn't help but smile back. Yeah, I guess I do. In another part of Hiroshima, Gala's older sister fumed. She had just recovered from the mystic feedback she had received from Eric and was now trying to think of a new scheme of revenge against her sibling. Currently, she was sitting in the park in front of a statue as she contemplated her next move. Candor, age 19, was a striking beauty in her own right. Unlike her sister, she had reddish-brown hair instead of gold. It was cropped short, as opposed to Gala's top-knot and braided sideburns. Her figure was slim, yet somewhat athletic compared to her sister's buxom form. Unlike the tribal wear that Gala usually sported, Candor was garbed in more modern clothes, which included a pair of black, skin-tight shorts, running shoes, blouse and jacket. However, despite her attractive appearance and tattooing powers, Candor was unhappy at the fact that she was still considered as inferior as compared to her younger sister. In fact, that was what she resented the most about Gala. Despite being born first, their father had long since decided that the younger daughter would someday be the high priestess of the tribe, a position in which Candor had thought was hers by right. The chief had even gone as far as arrange a marriage for Gala when she was a year old, in order to cement her position as the future supreme mystic and southeaster. Throughout most of her life, Candor had felt as if she had constantly been living in Gala's shadow. Her younger sister was considered the little gifted one and would be doted on by their parents and other members of their tribe. Gala and Kander's father Shior had later intended to have his eldest daughter become a lorekeeper, which was a respected position in itself, but she flatly rejected it. After a heated argument with him and the elders, she left the Tattoon tribe forever. Flashback to 3 years ago, in the hidden valley of the Tattoon tribe. What? You can't be serious. Kander protested as she had just been told that she would replace the aging head lorekeeper. Shior nodded as he maintained a firm expression. I do not see why you are not happy with this. It is a position of great importance. As head lorekeeper, you will be in charge of all the wisdom, artifacts and knowledge of our tribe, which has been passed down throughout the centuries. In other words, I'll be nothing more than a librarian, a keeper of crumbling parchment and old relics, a guardian of junk. Kander spat back. Why is it that I wasn't given the position of High Priestess? I was born before Gala. Shior took a deep breath as he tried to calm down his rebellious child. Kander, you know as well as I do that the position of High Priestess is no one's birthright. It is through the will of the elders that the one who becomes High Priestess is chosen. The council had sensed the potential within your sister the day she was born and had decreed that she would take up the position when she became 16. That's not fair. I have trained as hard as she has and I have at least 2 years more experience. The girl protested. Kander. That will be enough. Shior said sternly. The glare he received from his daughter only made the Tattoon chief angrier as he barely kept his temper in check. I have been patient with you thus far, since you are my daughter. Though you may not believe it, I love you as much as I do your sister. However, I cannot go against the will of the elders. Their decision for Gala to become the High Priestess is final. Lies. The fiery girl spat back. You've always loved Gala more than me, your first child. The way you and Mother always voted on her. You had something to do with the council's decision, didn't you? That's not true. I don't want to hear it. You and everyone else are against me. I can see that now. Kander, that is not true and you know it. Please, do not your anger cloud your judgment or your heart. I want only the best for my children and I care very deeply for the both of you. You don't care. You never cared. All you cared about was Gala. It wouldn't have mattered if I went off and died. Now you know that is not true. Shior stated firmly. When you started using the forbidden dark arts, I put my position as chief on the line, and convinced the council not to have you executed for wielding such power. I did so because I love you. I'm not listening any more of your lies and excuses. Kander spat back as she turned away from her father. If this tribe won't give me what I deserve, then perhaps the world will. She then stomped out of her family's home, leaving her father in a state of shock. A few days later, Kander then broke tribal law and left for the outside world, never to be seen again. End of flashback. All my life, I was nothing more than second fiddle to Gala. Candor brooded as she continued to sit in the park. She then began recalling her childhood, growing up with her younger sister. No matter how hard she tried, despite having started training 2 years before Bella did, her sibling would always show her up and demonstrate greater skill in using Tattoon power. It seemed that the golden-haired girl had natural ability with manipulating the elemental forces of nature. As a result, she had also developed more tattoos than her sibling, and in shorter time. Everyone marveled at her skills, while Candor's were considered moderate at best. Through it all, Gala had remained cheerful, which irritated the hell out of her sister. The constant rivalry between herself and Gala soon heated up, and the older daughter of Shire would do anything to outperform her sister. She had even begun practicing the forbidden dark arts, against her father's wishes, in order to finally outdo Gala. That had gotten her into serious trouble with the elders, and if not for her father's intervention, Candor would have been executed for using such knowledge. Candor shook her head and brought herself back to the present. This was no time to reminisce about unhappy memories. When she had sensed her sister's presence in Hiroshima, the older girl knew that this was her chance to pay her back for taking what had been rightfully hers. And what better way to hurt her was through the man she had formed a spiritual bond with. Such a task would not be easy. She had attacked Eric through his mystic tattoos before, by turning their energies against him. However, the same trick would not work the next time. Gala would undoubtedly teach him how to shield himself from such an attack. The only reason why the trick had worked in the first place was because he was inexperienced and had not yet learned how to manipulate his tattoo's defensive properties. Furthermore, the energy backlash he had created had hurt. It was hard to believe that an outsider would possess such power. After seeing him demolish Sako's eyes, Candor knew that a direct attack was no longer feasible. So what options were left? The apartment. So what, or who attacked me yesterday? Eric asked, as he was being spoon-fed some soup. It felt like your power, but it was different somehow. I'm not 100% certain. Gala began. In actuality, she was almost totally convinced that it had been her sister's handiwork, though a small part of her wanted to deny the evidence. She shelved that thought for later as she changed the subject. When you've recovered enough, I'd have to start teaching you how to shield yourself from that kind of attack. The cafe, a day later. Where's Eric? Nodoka asked as she and her sister Etsuko were led to a booth. The waiter shook his head and replied, I'm afraid that Eric won't be coming in for work for at least a week. He called in a couple of days ago and said that he got injured. Oh no. What happened? As far as I can tell from his message, it didn't sound too serious, though he did say that his body was sore and needed some rest. That's good to hear. Nodoka said in relief. The high school. Eric is hurt. Lisa became very concerned. That's what I heard. Diner said. He called in and said that he won't be coming to school for a few days. What happened? The girl inquired. I'm not sure of the details. From what I heard, he ran into that underwear thief that people were talking about and things got really ugly. The news did mention some strange light occurring near the business district. Brody shrugged. Hey, don't worry about it. Eric's one mean badass. From what I heard, his injuries weren't too serious. He'll be alright and back to kicking butt again in no time. Just so long as he isn't kicking our butts. Diner said jokingly. Damn straight. And I also heard that Gallo is taking care of him. Sweet. Man, I'd love to have her as my nurse. As the two laughed together, Lisa immediately disregarded them and began thinking about Eric. The thought of him actually getting hurt was news to her. He was so tough that she didn't think anything or anyone could cause him pain. Then she thought about him being cared for by Gallo and the green-eyed monster began to stir. Lisa immediately made a decision to go see Eric after school. The hotel where the Amazons were staying at. Champa can't wait to see Aaron again. The purple-haired girl was giddy as she imagined herself in Ranma's arms. After asking a few questions around the nearest schools and a few of the locals, the Amazon had discerned which school Ranma was now attending, and was eager to find her missing husband and take him back to China as soon as possible. However, Cologne was not quite as enthusiastic. Ever since she had sensed the power of the Tattoon, she had been getting a bit edgy as she and her great-granddaughter continued to search for her missing son-in-law. Then, yesterday, her senses had picked up an incredible surge of power, and she knew that her suspicions were confirmed. To those that knew of her, Cologne was very well traveled and she knew of things that were of the mystical nature, including a certain tribe in Tibet. An old memory from her youth came back to haunt her when she had sensed that power surge, and she had begun to hope that what she suspected was not true. If it was, then it might be in their best interests to abandon Ranma. She could only wait and see, and give her great-grandchild some advice. Seek out your groom with caution, Shampoo. I feel that an ill wind is blowing. Later that day. Hi Lisa. What are you doing here? Gallo asked as she opened the door. I came to see Eric. I heard he was hurt. The girl replied, though a small part of her was still uneasy with the thought of Eric being near the Tattoon priestess. Oh, Eric is getting better, though he won't be leaving home for a few days. Can I come in? I wanted to give him something. Lisa held up a small package. Gallo smiled. Though she and Lisa were sort of rivals for Eric's affections, Gallo also considered Lisa as her friend. She nodded and led her to the bedroom. Lisa's nose wrinkled as she caught a whiff of some strange odor. Yuck! What is that smell? Eric grumbled as he replied. It's that god-awful goop that Gallo keeps smearing on me. Hi Lisa. Hello Eric. It's not goop, it's a tribal remedy to help you heal faster. The blonde girl insisted as she and Lisa came to his side. I said I feel fine. I can't stand being cooped up. I need to get up. I've got to train and... Ow! However, just as he started to rise, a sharp, Stabbing pain ran through his limbs, causing him to wince in pain. Gala immediately cast a restraining spell to push him back down. Eric. Lisa immediately became concerned at seeing the normally strong-willed fighter in such a weakened condition. However, the Tattoon girl put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, Lisa. He's been like a bear ever since I've started caring for him. He'll be up and kicking butt again in a few days." The statement calmed Lisa down as she remembered why she came. "Oh, here you are, Eric. I wanted you to have this." Eric smirked as he said in a teasing tone. "Oh? You didn't have to bring me flowers." "Who said anything about flowers? Here. This is all the schoolwork you've missed." Lisa tossed a folder of papers into Eric's lap. "What?" He stared down at the folder in disbelief. "I'm not going to have you lower our class average even more by slacking off, Eric. As class president, it's my duty to." "You gotta be kidding me. I'm hurt." "You're not hurt enough to ignore your studies, are you?" Gala giggled slightly. This was Lisa's way of showing that she cared. Meanwhile, on the streets near Eric's school. "Hey babe, what are you doing tonight?" Tyner asked as he and Brody were trying to ask out a certain girl they had just met on the street. Her figure and looks reminded them of Gala. Since Eric would kill them if they tried to put the moves on her, they figured this new girl would be easier. "Shampoo no interested in date?" Shampoo half questioned. The Amazon firmly said as she held up the most recent photo she had of Ranma. The photo depicted him in his old clothes and still sporting a pigtail. "You see before?" Both guys looked at the photo and shrugged, as they did not immediately recognize the person. "No, I don't think so," Brody replied. "He kind of looks familiar." Tyner added. Shampoo became more impatient. Before going to the school, she had to make certain and she had seen these two boys come out of the school that Ranma was supposed to be going to. However, she had not seen her intended husband anywhere and wanted to know where he was. "You see Ranma or not?" the Amazon asked with irritation. At the mention of the name, Brody took on a very rare look. One of actual contemplation. He turned to his friend. "Ranma? Hey, is that lot that nutjob who attacked Eric called him?" Tyner shivered as he remembered back to that day when Ryoga attacked. "Oh yeah, that's what he called him all right." He then took a second look at the photo with his compatriot. "Come to think of it, that picture does look like Eric." Brody nodded as he saw the resemblance. "Yeah, I guess I'm not used to seeing him with long hair and no scar on his forehead. He dresses differently too." At these words, Shampoo became more excited. "You see him?" "Yes." Yeah. His name's Eric and..." Tyner started, hoping to impress the purple-haired girl. "Him and me? We're best buddies. He's my best buddy, too," Brody added. "Where Ranma?" the Amazon asked, hoping to get an address. That was when Tyner unknowingly added gasoline to the fire. Well, he's not going to be at school for a while, but you can ask Gala about him. She's coming tomorrow." "Yeah, She probably knows more about Eric than we do. Brody agreed. At the mention of the girl's name, Shampoo became very tense. Who is Gala? Tyner shrugged as he said the one thing that he really shouldn't have. Oh. Well, it's kind of hard to explain. Heck, we still don't believe it. A lot of people always thought he was gay, but he surprised us all when he went and totally got married to that babe Gala. It was at that point that Shampoo's face took on a totally shocked expression as she took in the information. Then, slowly, but surely, the expression became darker as another feeling came over her. Finally, the female warrior exploded with an anguished scream, as she made her bond reappear and thrust them out toward the two boys. Both backpedaled a bit as the colorful, yet deadly weapons stopped within an inch of their faces. When they glanced back at the Amazon, they were a little more than frightened to see that beautiful face now twisted into a mask of utter rage, with an expression that could kill. Whose obstacle or enemy belonged to Shampoo? Obstacle is for killing. Shampoo will kill. The following day, Gala nodded as she and Lisa walked toward the front gate as the final bell rang. In their hands were various notes in which they intended to give to Eric. As they both headed toward the main gate, Gala suddenly stopped as her mystic senses picked up something just beyond her range of perception. Gala, what's wrong? We have to get these notes to Eric. That big history test is coming up and he needs to study. Someone is here. Gala began as she started scanning. High above them on the roof of the school, Candor tried to mask her presence as best as she could. She had thought that by not using any of her Tattoon powers, her sister would not be able to detect her presence. However, Gala's senses were more refined than she had remembered, and the older sibling realized that the High Priestess would determine where she was within a minute. Candor had thought to observe her sister and probe for weaknesses, but if she were detected now... THOM. Everyone's attention was diverted when they heard that explosion and saw that a section of the front wall had been blown out. When the dust settled, a certain purple-haired Amazon stood ready with a wicked-looking sword and a bonbury in her hands. She looked about and her expression became hard as she spotted her target. You is Balla? The Tattoon priestess stiffened when she made eye contact with the Amazon. If this person was the same one that Eric had told her about, then things were going to get violent. Ever since some of Eric's old rivals had been showing up, she had a feeling that she might encounter some of his former fiancés. Yes, I am Gala. And you are Shampoo. You like who? Eric suddenly rose from his futon as his primary mark started glowing. A shiver went down his back as he felt the connection between himself and Gala grow even more intense. She was in trouble, and despite the pain he was feeling, he felt that he had to be by her side. Gritting his teeth and ignoring the stabbing agony that he was putting his limbs through, he forced himself to his feet and began staggering toward the door. Each step was pure torture as he willed himself forward. However, just as he managed to get a hold of the door frame, He fell forward and landed hard on his stomach. Damn it. I have to get up. Gala needs me. With supreme effort, he began struggling toward the front door. Throughout her long life, Cologne was no stranger to pain, either from inflicting it or receiving it. However, it was the latter that she began feeling at the moment. She had just finished rounding the block near Ranma's school when she felt an intense stabbing pain in her head. The sudden discomfort appeared without warning, and it began overriding all of her metaphysical senses, while disrupting all of her key pathways. Her vision became blurry as she felt a throbbing like the beat of 1,000 war drums. This forced the old woman to her knees as more torment was added to her body and soul. The agony began spreading throughout her limbs and the elder felt as if her entire body was being consumed by fire. She managed to raise her head and saw her reflection in a store window. Her eyes widened as she saw a strange symbol glowing on her forehead. The sight made her blood run cold. By all the kami. No. The curse. I had forgotten about our family's curse. Shampoo. Must be attacking one of the Tattoon tribe. I must stop her. The Amazon matriarch managed to get to her feet and began using her staff to poke toward the source of her pain. Hey, Shampoo had never felt such intense pain before. What she was feeling was the great granddaddy of all migraines. She felt as if her brain was about to explode, as she held her head and writhed about on the ground in spastic fits. Her weapons lay useless on the ground after she had dropped them. The Amazon had charged toward the High Priestess, intent on finishing her off quickly and finding Ranma. However, she had taken no more than 24 steps when Gala sensed something about her and focused her power at her. It was a small, simple application of energy, but it was enough to trigger something within the warrior girl. Shampoo was stopped instantly in her tracks as an intense pain ripped through her very being and caused her to fall, only 3 meters from reaching her target. Now she was feeling a kind of anguish that was rarely experienced by anyone, and death would have been welcomed at that point. Gala looked down at the girl who wanted to end her life. She noted the symbol that was glowing on Shampoo's forehead and nodded. She knew what it was. Beside her, Lisa and everyone else watched in complete puzzlement. A minute ago, the Amazon had effortlessly smashed through a concrete wall and had attacked Gala with the intent of killing her. Now she was convulsing on the ground and looked as if she was experiencing hell itself. Please, stop. Gala looked up and saw Cologne standing near the hole where Shampoo had made her entrance. Well, standing was stretching it. The ancient crone looked ready to drop as she leaned against her cane for support. Her entire body trembled from the pain she was experiencing, and the blonde girl saw that she sported the same mark as her attacker. Please, stop it, Cologne said, no begged as she fell to her knees. For one long, agonizing moment, Gala said nothing. Finally, She nodded as she made a sweeping gesture with her right hand. Shampoo finally stopped twitching and lapsed into blessed unconsciousness. As for Cologne, she got back to her feet when the pain dispersed. Unlike her usual, perky self, Gala was all business as she glared at the matriarch with disdain. She then addressed her in a firm tone. "Elder Cologne of the Joksuzoku, I presume?" The older woman nodded, albeit reluctantly. "You know of me. My husband described both you and your great-granddaughter in detail." She pointed to the unconsciousness girl at her feet. "This is Shampoo. She is. And you are. I am Gala, High Priestess of the Tattoon tribe." "I see." The elder started to approach slowly, but stopped when the mark on Gala's forehead appeared momentarily. The old crone caught the warning, and stopped moving forward. The High Priestess gestured with her head at her would-be killer. "Take your descendant and leave, and hope that our paths never cross again." The expression in Gala's face left no doubts in Cologne's mind. The Tattoon girl was not in a negotiating mood. She nodded and quickly went over to her great-granddaughter. With one quick motion she swept up her ear and turned to leave. "Gala!" Everyone turned to the sound of the weakened voice and saw badly injured Eric leaning against a wall. He was trying hard to keep on his feet, but the trip from his bedroom to the school had been too much as he fell forward. "Eric!" Both Lisa and Gala ran to him, as everyone watched. The Amazon elder then looked at her son-in-law and took in the changes he had undergone. In addition to the physical changes to his appearance, Ranma looked harder, and had lost much of the innocence and naivete that Colgon remembered. He didn't have that aura of cockiness that he often taunted her with, nor did he have that same irritating, conceited attitude. Her eyes narrowed as she sensed a faint emanation of Tattoon power being emitted from the scar on his forehead. "Son-in-law!" Eric growled at Cologne, as the two girls helped him up. "I'm not your son-in-law." Cologne was silent for a very long time as she considered the mark on his forehead. Finally she nodded as she replied, "Yes, you're not my son-in-law." With those parting words, she leapt off into the distance with Shampoo slung over her shoulder. A minute later, she was gone from sight as Gala and Lisa began helping Eric back to his apartment. Well, that was interesting," Kander thought as she walked away from the scene. From what I saw, those two were marked with the Tattoon spirit curse. They can't attack Gala, so that means that one of our ancestors had placed the mark on that old woman. This could work to my advantage. Later. No. Wife Shampoo must leave Ranma. He is Shampoo's errand. Cologne let off a tired sigh as she continued to pack her bags. "Child, I'm sorry, but it seems that Ranma is already married to that girl." "No. Ranma belongs to Shampoo. Girl is obstacle and obstacles is for killing. That is Amazon way. Shampoo." Cologne's tone became so harsh that her ire immediately became silent. "If you were to attack that girl again, then you will die. You cannot attack her, under any circumstances. Why? Sneaky girl used some kind of magic trick. Shampoo not fall for it again. Cologne shook her head. No, child. It was no trick. It was a curse. And I'm sorry to say that it was I who had caused it. This took Shampoo by surprise. Huh? What great-grandmother mean? Cologne sighed again as she motioned for her relative to sit down with her. It happened a long, long time ago. Almost 300 years ago, actually. It began sometime after Hako's eyes had stolen my magic mirror, along with the other treasures of our village. I went out in search of him to try and retrieve our stolen property. I traveled far and wide, eventually encountering a very powerful tribe of mystics in Tibet. They were the Tattoon. Tattoon? Yes, child. The magics they possessed were unlike any I had ever seen. I suppose a little of Hako's eyes had rubbed off on me, for I had determined to steal their secrets and bring them back to our tribe. Perhaps I wanted to replace that which had been taken from us. I suppose that was the foolishness of youth. However, they did not take kindly to my actions and I was punished. Punished? How, great-grandmother? They had decided to spare my life, but give me a reminder of my greed. The high priestess imprinted a mark that they called the spirit curse. Any attempt to attack them or to learn their secrets would result in unimaginable pain, and would eventually lead to death if I persisted. Since then, I had never spoken of the Tattoon tribe until today.